I saw that and I thought it was just like a code.
When you lay on there, slide it. Excellent. Give up.
Title on the ice.
the wheel.
Will's got a puncture and he's not got tracks.
Come on, God, now.
One shot on yellow.
Vuoi Nicolò?
Down there, he's
What's the story behind
You are such a drama queen. I've seen you do that like 3 times and then you just get up and pop through.
He shakes his head.
But he knows he's in part of it anyway.
Like a JR.
Hey, John. You want another game?
All I'm going to do is just put the ball anywhere the block is working. That's the way I'm playing. I can't remember the last time I played the ball in the ring. Get a couple of cushions.
Both of them are here.
I think I've got a kick. You're not going to call that a double hit, are you? One thing it wasn't was a double hit.
Why did the weight jump up in the air?
Just try to scream back and fucking hit under it.
If it was anybody else, I would be saying you're a cheating fucker, but just the fact I know what you're like, Quentin, I'll just say, yeah, fair play.
Oh, sorry, Tommy. Sorry, Tommy.
Never lost that first one. Anybody never lost. That frame there, yes, that's what What are you complaining about? Any personally complains about getting prison. What else can I on the wheel. Shot gap.
You can give me another drink next.
Yeah, I think it does.
All right. He's definitely the main player. So I was telling Barry how annoyed you were. I'm like, you're playing 11. What about up here? I'm like, no, down there. Like, yeah, there's no options. That's John.
Hey, still in? Nice, doing well. Yeah. Good to roll the boys. But then, yeah, after that, it's sun gone.
Isn't that a big deal? So it is a bit scary.
Yeah, I hope not.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm assuming there's some people already tuned in by now. We are at the Potters Cup. Joining me in commentary, Sean Partridge has decided to whack on the mic.
Hello.
And we've got a bit of Glenn Ferris and JR action, the two newfound pool lovers of the community. And by that I mean they've found a new love for each other.
Very close, these two. Starting to worry a bit about him, actually.
And we've also got, as you can see on this shot that Dan's just given us now, Gavin Roberts is playing Marc Robertson, and I believe he is 2-0 up on Robbo, so a bit of work for Robbo to do there.
And we're at the this is the last two matches, I think, in the last 32.
It is, and I don't know how Robbo's going to win this match because it's best of 5, and he told me that he's offering 6 starts.
Yes, he's put out a couple of very generous offers of late on social media, offering 6 start to quote anyone in the race to 13, and he quickly got three takers in Perry Jeffs, Bill Vassalou and Nick Howie, so I think they're all starting to take place in the next week or so. It'll be very interesting to watch the outcomes of those.
And I think you'll win at least 2 of them, and
I'll go out on a limb and say he's a certainty in 2 of them.
I think you'll win all 3.
I've got a bit of faith in old Merlin. I think you'll give him a good run and he's a good chance to win.
I think you will give him a good run, but I think Robbo's just, he's too crisp. But then again, everyone makes mistakes. Now, the reason we're just not on the Glenn Ferris match and the JR matches, I think JR's just disappeared for a bit. So you're just going to have to deal with this view away from the table. We've only got cameras on, I think, 1 table at the moment.
JR's back at the table now in true JR form. We've got what looks like a bit of a tactical battle.
And JR will be a massive favourite if this is a tactical battle, because Glenn's forte is definitely for his creativity and his potting ability.
Well, far be it for me to criticise anyone's tactics, so I'll just enjoy it.
And to be honest, Glenn is in all sorts of trouble here as well.
They are fresh off a very good run in the Nationals, making the final of the Masters. It's a pretty good nick.
I'm actually pretty surprised that he hasn't popped that red over the pocket. It doesn't. It's at the moment it's just a security ball. It doesn't really offer him any advantage. While that red is still on the table, I think I'd be inclined to try and get this black down where all these reds and yellows are, and try and cause a lot of confusion. This is not a bad shot either, where he's just going to chip it over and just try and create a bit more traffic. If he does pot the red,
gee, that would have been a great shot if he potted the red.
Tell you what, well, he would have left a foul string and lost a frame, but it certainly caused some concern for JR now. And if he can't actually pot this red now, he's actually potentially in a bit of trouble.
What would your next move be here if you Glenn try to get a few more balls down there maybe?
Well, he's in a position now where he probably can almost take the pocket immediately and just really bury that red. If JR can't pot this red outright, he might see him play the black onto the red. I just don't see the point of playing it and leaving it near the red. It just allows Glenn to play more shots and try and. So I don't like this shot. So Glenn's got a couple of options. He can double this yellow and try and look at maybe potting the red with the black, but he probably will leave a foul snooker. So it's not such a bad thing to double this yellow to the other side of the table where the two reds are, and then looking at basically trying to completely smother the red, and then you won't leave a foul snooker because of the red. The JR's played the black up, and if that red's not there, then he basically just cannot do anything without leaving a foul snooker. So it'll be interesting to see which way he goes. Like I said, it looks like he's going to play that double. No, he's playing a...
Jeez, cut that into a...
I'm not sure what his plan is here. In fact, I reckon he's just done that just to give himself a bit of time, but he's approaching this pretty quickly, so he might be, he might have something in mind. If he sits this over the hole, that tells me he doesn't know what to do. I don't think he's actually worked out how to win this frame yet. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not simple.
At the moment, he's probably just looking at staying in it at the moment and see if something else presents itself.
Well, if this black is covered, and this is what JR is looking at now, if this black is actually covering the red, so if the red's covering the black, then JR can double kiss this red and try and bring it out into play. Even if he pots one, he's still in pretty good control.
Yeah,
so
probably odds on to pot one if he's maybe knocked that yellow onto the red as well if he does that. I like you're thinking though, if it comes out in the open,
well, if you can get the double kiss, it'll just pull out, and then you still got all sorts of trouble with yellows.
I'd say that black is covered because this is by far the tightest table in the room. So no, he's going over there, so perhaps it's not covered fully enough.
He's hitting the black again.
Try and nudge it to the other cushion so it's fully covered.
I think he's going to try and get it really close to the red. He has. And now, I think Glenn's still in a very similar situation though. The only thing is, JR's got two pockets that he also can't pot out with. So I personally don't like that shot. I think he should just eliminate this ball as soon as possible.
Is there any value now in Glenn giving away the two shots and the foul snooker here, given where it is?
Well, I think it is, because now he's got two balls that he can't pot.
So I'm thinking, like, take the pocket, knock the red in, take the pocket.
This is not bad either. He's just going to pull the black out and make sure there's still no foul snooker.
Try and send it down towards. Okay.
That's a pretty good shot, because that way it doesn't allow Joe to try and create some kind of out with the foul snooker. You know, like potting ball over here and then sending the white over to the red and black.
Suck it back and
not going to keeping you two shots. I still think Joe needs to pot this red. His concern now is the black going on the back of the yellow. That's his big concern at the moment. And Glenn does have that yellow that we spoke about doubling back earlier. It could be advantageous to that. He has got two shots as well, so if he wants to, he could probably cut this in and try and go into him. You know, but it's a bit of a risky shot.
He's got to. What is he doing here?
Like to me, I just don't think he can pull these balls out. I just don't think it's possible to pull them out. So why not eliminate this red and force him to have to make the big shot?
What is he looking at now, do you think, Jamie?
I think he's trying to push the red a little bit closer.
So he's willing to give away two here.
I don't think he wants to foul. I think he's just trying to bury the white. But I am very surprised at what I'm looking at.
He's giving away two.
That's a foul snooker, I think. He's pointing to the ball at the top, but I'll tell you what. No, I'm looking at the table. He's not foul snooking him, I don't think.
If he's thought of that, he's a genius.
I just don't see the advantage in the shot still. I think he was actually, to be honest, trying to move the yellow a little further.
Jay was just explaining there why it's not a foul snooker. Glenn's using his first here to bring this yellow out.
Yeah, I think the other advantage of that shot that Jar played is he's forced Glenn to move the ball that was actually covering his red. So when you look at it from that perspective, it's not that bad a shot.
But can he take the pocket here now though? Give him 2, or is it too easy for JR to knock him out?
I think it's difficult to get good coverage on the pocket because it's kind of going to double kiss the red in, and then the yellow's just going to sort of stay there. Yeah. I still think the cut on the black, even though it's extremely thin.
But he's got a second. He's got 2 shots. I mean, couldn't he pot this ball over the pocket now and get better on the black to push the black down there?
I still think the same problem's going to happen though, where he's going to leave a gap for the red. So I think he's in massive trouble here. In fact, now that I look at the shot that he's just played where he's moved that yellow, I actually would have been more than happy to just come across the table, try and hit the ball in the bottom pocket. If you don't hit it, you don't leave a foul snooker, and then your ball's still covering the reds.
He's still alive in the frame. Yeah, he's sort of forced to try and do things now. Looks like he's taking that option I mentioned. Potting that ball.
Well, he doesn't really have a lot of choice.
Getting good position. No, he's opting to play the one in the middle.
Now the black.
Yeah, it's hard to make the yellow ball progress.
Yeah, I think you need to screw off it a little bit to push it. So you see, it's just stayed there, and he's left a gap.
Yes, I think he's got an opening. We've got a pretty good view of the table from here.
Yeah, I think he was better off actually screwing off that a little bit, and that will actually change the momentum of the black, and they'll push the yellow a little bit too.
Now they're dancing and having a bit of a cuddle, which is typical of these two.
We're not ship yet.
Again though, this table here, tightest table by far in the room. If it's any with any chance to go in there, it's going to have to be pretty. Yeah, I actually reckon it's almost covered enough.
I don't reckon you should be playing. I reckon you should be potting the ball over the pocket first.
Pop the other one first and get ideal position on there.
Well, then he can overcut the red. This way he has to cut it into the yellow. That, to me,
I actually think he's going to get a rude shock here if he tries to put it inside. I don't think it's going to go inside. I think he's going to double kiss and the yellow's either going to drop in or end up in front.
If he plays it at pace, yes. I think maybe if he just nudges it a little bit and just promotes it a little, it'll be okay.
I think using his first shot just to get it
and wedge it in. Then you can blow the blast shot. Oh, he has tried to
Here's the
blast.
double kiss.
But it's not bad.
Very tough now, though, I think, isn't it?
He has so much control now, though, that like even if he just pots his red over the hole and then just lays up the last red over.
Looking at what we can see here, he's actually got no. He can't put the ball over the pocket and then pot the one inside the black. I don't think.
No,
he's going to play another shot just to.
I'm suggesting pot the ball over the hole and then just nudge the red over the kick and get
leave him snooker.
Yeah. But I think you'd want an angle where you can actually play it in such a way where you don't leave a really easy cross table shot, because then you're going to get snookered back.
He seems to be keen on leaving that red there, doesn't he? No? He's going to
back cushion,
taking it.
Back cushion first, maybe. No.
I think he's going to play exactly how you said there, Jamie.
Yeah, I think this red should have been disappeared a long time ago. Oh, he's okay.
No, he's okay.
In actual fact, he might play cushion first.
Cushion
here.
first, just make sure of the snooker. Nudge the red in front of the yellow. Oh, he's potted it.
Well, there you go. Yeah, also, you'll be witness to, as this tournament progresses, some new technology that Dan the Man has introduced, and that is replays.
Oh,
as you can see right here.
Instant replay.
Replay of the couple of shots. He's bubbled that one, but we're in a learning phase right now. And then, yeah, we'll just pop this ball over the hole.
Oh, well, I've not seen this yet. This is actually excellent.
So what you'll actually find is some frames will go longer than others, and Dan will capture excellent shots that are played, and then basically they can be collated as a bit of a highlight reel at the end of the frame. It's the problem with this focus on this camera.
Looks like Robbo's got that frame over there, so I'd say it's 2-1 over there.
I'll tell you what, if Robbo wins this match, he's a massive chance to win the tournament, because I don't know how many times you see someone when they should probably go out of the tournament and then they end up winning it.
And Glenn's had a rip of a break there, but he's lost the white ball.
And he's having a bit of a song and dance about it.
And look, it's
Well, that's huge.
That's why he's having a song and dance. The yellows are looking prime for the picking. And we've just been told it's actually 2-all between Robbo and Gav. So look, I'd say Robbo's dry broke there.
Yeah, he's actually been dry breaking and leaving big clusters the whole match.
And look, I mean, I'll go out on a limb here and say with the falls in a cluster like that, push and shove Matt, frame at 2-all. I think Robbo's going to be a little strong there.
Yeah, he won't mind it. JR should win the match from this visit.
I'd like to think he can still pot out from here these days. And I reckon he can. And that's horrible.
It's not the best start, but I think he's still on that yellow to the middle, so...
That was actually probably the key shot for the out, was that opener there trying to get in amongst all of them and give yourself an option.
I guess the good thing about this out is, though, even if you lose position, there's so many balls linking to one another that it's almost a point of get out of position but have another ball that you're going to be on type affair. So
the view I've got directly to the table is clean on this one. Nick this in
off two
rails. Well, he's caught the red, but he's still more than okay.
That's better. Really, the key to this out is these two balls on the left-hand side. While everything looks really easy, one's blocking the other if you want to take both to the middle, and yeah, there's just some potential snags there if he just doesn't control things neatly.
He's got to get around a lot of traffic here, and the angle he's looking at there...
I don't like this.
No, either do I. I don't like it at all. There's a lot can go wrong. Plus, if he's looking at... Look at what he's trying to navigate here. He's obviously looking at potting that yellow in the centre, coming off one, maybe two rails, past a lot of traffic. And
what's wrong with just rolling it in and just playing the long yellow that's right in the middle of the table?
And just rolling past it.
A lot of the time with outs like this, you just have to make one good pot and then suddenly you just stun. The whole out just becomes really simple.
Well, I look at this and I think that really the opening shot was the reason why we're now in doubt.
Yeah,
you know,
but see, he's got this yellow that's to the right of the one over the left middle. Now, that's a long ball. If he nails that long ball, he is fat on every single ball. And like, it's just a matter of whether he wants to take that on or not, and he doesn't want to take that on.
Look, I mean, I'm even an advocate for putting the one over the pocket. I don't, you know, like, just get yourself primed.
I think this is the way to go. Get yourself positioned on this ball in the corner here.
I think he's landed a bit. Gee, with the camera angle, that looks short.
No, I think he's all right.
But again, I really believe the opening shot's really cost him here. It's made it what should have been a simple out into a little complicated.
He has complicated a little bit. If he gets this, should be favourite.
Hampered bridging.
Those big meat hooks, though, not a problem.
Plenty of stability.
That's in.
Snatched
Trouble.
at that. I didn't like that off the cue. He's just stabbed it a little bit.
So, well, Glenn will be just over the moon. He's got a shot.
Yeah. I think his first point of call would be try and put this red inside the yellow, and which he's done and done very well.
Yeah, he has. But JR will probably just pot this. He will have both bottom bags covered with the...
Is the black covered there though? Is it squeezable inside that yellow? Because I think if it's not, that'll
it's tough.
influence his decision.
It looks tough. He's looking at it closely, but I think you have to pot this below. Either that or you just kick it out off the back rail. Restrict him to one shot and say good luck making a massive out.
Tell me, Jamie, when you're faced with a situation like this, where you possibly your best option is to give away two shots, do you actually take it into consideration that you're 2-1 up?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a massive thing. Like they've got to make an out, and if they don't, they're gone. They're out of the comp. And same token, if they play a massive out, you still, I think, would feel in your mind that you've played the right shot and you've still got another crack at the match. So if he plays this and just leaves it Chinese snookered on the balls up the table, I mean, he will leave him on a double though, an opening double.
I like the double as an opening shot. If I am sitting in this position.
The thing is, you don't get that double, you are in so much trouble. You probably lost the match. So you're putting all your eggs in a single basket.
I really think, obviously, JR's confident that black is covered. And, you know, on this table, this particular table, that red at the very top of the table is very tricky too.
I actually don't mind just kicking this out either. Don't get me wrong. Just
Achieving the same thing, but not
just
giving
potting
two.
this, like, it's just feel when you get back to the table, you just feel like you cannot lose the frame. Or even when you're watching your opponent when he has 2 shots, you just feel like you can't lose. Oh, he hasn't played that great. He's tried to leave him off the double though, which is very smart.
Yeah, some might say greedy, but smart.
I would have preferred to leave that below. It gives Glenn options now. Like, he can play the ball up the top. If he nails it, he's got the ball down the cushion. If he sits in front of the red, then he can start, kicking his balls out.
As I think Glenn's taking a taller break or a beer break, one or the other.
Oh, you're kidding me.
We look
So
back
just-
across this long view, and it looks like Robbo is on the...
You went at the same time.
We have to wait to close the shot now.
Reds.
The Reds.
Yep, and he's out by the looks of it. Oh, he's got over the kick. He's as good as out. He had 2. So just looking at this table too, where Glenn's got the 2 shots. This ball that's on, as you look at the screen, that's on the right-hand side on the cushion that's closest to us. If he takes that pot on and gets it in 1, then he's got a ball down the rail. Now he can choose if he wants to just sit that over the kick, and then he can play the back double on the far red, use the white to kick the black out in the same shot, and then suddenly he's the one that's in control. And you want to take it even further. If he pots his ball down the cushion and still plays the same shot, gets the kick out. It's just that the only reason I like to sit over the hole is you've got security then. If the kick out doesn't work very well or something goes wrong, like the black stays dead. But I think JR has really let him off there by leaving that pocket open. I can understand that he's tried to leave the double off, and that's all good. That's very
He's
good
also
thing.
leaving a gap there for Glenn to somehow perhaps secure that pocket and stay in the frame.
That's right.
And stay in the match. Glenn's coming back.
Robbo's just gone out by the looks of it.
Yes. And as predicted, he's just very hard to beat in that situation.
Robbo will win 3-2 from 2-0 down and breathe a sigh of relief. And now Glenn has decided what he's doing.
It's definitely all on this shot, isn't it?
Well,
Okay,
like I
looks
said,
like he's going to take this.
I think this is the right shot. Even if it doesn't go, then you're looking at laying up the other ball.
Now push this down the rail inside the yellow. Keeps him in the game.
Thing is, it only really keeps him in the game for 1 shot, because then JR's almost a certainty to double it back out towards the middle of the table. But at least he's still better off than what he was.
Sometimes, you look at this frame and Glenn's probably 2 or 3 shots behind, and the most important thing probably is to keep in the frame to start with.
Yeah, I think he's actually trying to work out a pot out. He's just looking to go, okay, well, obviously I can't pot out. I have to put this over the pocket. See ya. He can even double it right down the other end if he wants, but I just don't think there's any need to muck around with balls.
Put it in the middle of the table.
Yep,
Give yourself a ball that can transition the other balls later on.
Absolutely, just double it off side cushion and just out.
What a mistake you see a lot of novice players play this shot. They just try and double it out in the open instead of using that second cushion off the back rail, off the side rail, and then come out in the middle of the table.
And then they put it on the cushion and then gives
Or
her
they go
opponent.
past the middle pocket, end up on the other cushion. There's a lot more margin for error to play this off 2 rails.
Maybe there's a gap. Surely
There's definitely no gap. No, I didn't even consider that a gap on this table.
Well, if there was no gap, what does he plan on doing with this now? Maybe he's going to blast?
Actually, not a lot. If he does blast it and doesn't sort of come out right, he's still in a good position.
To me, it looks like there's a pretty big gap there on that angle.
Of Sort of actually got a pretty good view of it directly at the table if you look over.
Actually, I think there is a bit of a gap there, you know.
He's going to need to play it into the cushion first and force it.
Oh, actually, there's a huge gap there.
But you'll find they're pretty tight, this table. So
Even if it jams, though, he'll be happy with it as long as the red doesn't stay there.
all go in.
There you go,
he's
so
knocked
it
it
was
in.
on.
That's a good shot, but actually,
I think he's okay.
I think he's all right. Yeah.
So just potting this.
That was a very good shot.
Potting this with some right-hand side just to bring the white out. It wants to be, you know, just above straight. So just float down on the black. And he's played that.
Oh,
You see, that's why a little bit of right-hand side would have been useful, just to make sure you don't get any contact on the yellow. I mean, at the end of the day, it wouldn't have mattered if he'd gone up sort of, you know, past the pink spot. He still would have had a really nice angle to just drop the last yellow and be on the black. Now he's got to...
even not a little bit of side, but even you can actually take that shot a little bit thinner.
So now he's got to actually pot this, and you've actually got to play this, I think, with soft screw. It's thinnish.
With the rest, tricky shot.
So I don't mind playing shots with soft screw with the rest. It's something I don't feel too uncomfortable with. But a lot of people won't
It's actually
like
a lot
the
thinner
shot.
than now that camera angle's changed. It's actually a lot thinner than we think too.
Yeah, that's why.
Very hard to control the
That's
white
why I'm
here.
saying you've got to use soft screw, because you've got to actually soft screw off too.
He's looking it off the black now. He's obviously not comfortable with how thin it is. Plus he's got to play the rest over those two or three reds.
Don't like this shot because I know that you can control the black very well here. White's going to be going down towards the bottom rail. Black's going up the table.
He's holding the rest the wrong way around.
Jesus. I really do think soft screw this in. But he has let Glenn potentially back in this match.
I actually really think it's a lot thinner than we're giving it credit for. I don't think there's any chance he could hold this and pop the ball with soft screw. I think that's why he's looking at the...
I reckon you can.
yellow
I
off the
just
black.
think he's not comfortable with it with the rest.
Well, he's certainly not over far enough if he was going to do that, so he's definitely playing it off the black. I reckon he'd be happy with just coverage here. Knowing JR. Oh,
Well, he's actually played that
well.
sensational.
What a ripper shot. And
I've actually misread that because I actually thought he had to come off the black thicker and the black was going to go
run
up
up.
the
So
table.
did I. I'm very surprised actually. What a ripper shot.
I don't know if Dan's doing that one in the action replay. And this is for the match, and he.
And
Glenn Ferris
I'll
exits.
tell you, that's a pretty good win for JR there. I mean, all the experience in the world, but Glenn is a very good player. And,
Here's his shot
that's
again.
a ripper shot. That's a great shot. That's,
And this is a pretty good shot too. You know, queuing off the rail, probably lose a frame if you don't pot that black.
but he's done the right thing there. The key to that is to cue through the ball. He's hit it well. A lot of people try and be too tentative for those.
And so anyway, there's no more matches on. They're going to do the draw soon for the last 16. So
We are fortunately
full
both still in the
coverage then.
tournament. So.
I'll be back, maybe not at all.
Okay, last 16, on table 17, JR. Nelson Cheddar. Festival. Table 16, Sean Partridge. Playing Augusta, Giorgio. Table 15. Craig Stevens. Playing Barry Wakefield. Table 14, Justin Campbell. He's playing Butters. Table 13,
Jamie Stevens.
Jamie Stevens.
Playing Josh Hart.
Is playing Josh Hart. Table 12,
Rico.
Enrico.
Robbo.
Is playing Robbo. Table 9,
Michael Scerri.
Michael Scerri
Versus Metcalf.
versus Campbell.
Jimmy Green. And
Table 10, Jimmy Reed. Against Ben. And Tom. All the best 5.
John, how are you getting home? Let me know what direction you're going. Put up in the fucking trophy box after you get to eat. The pussy's dead. What the fuck have you done there? Fired it with like fucking hammer.
Was it like a piece of just fireplaces? I've seen it, I saw a couple
That gets donated to CueballTV or
doesn't look like anything with the white on there, Jimmy. Get another. Right. You told us. Just playing on yellow ball is called for total.
Come on, Peter, buddy. Come on, mate.
Very hard.
Okay, table 12, Big Scerri versus JR. Table 13, Ben Toner is playing Pete Butterworth. Table 14, Josh Hart is playing Craig Stevens. And table 15, Giorgio versus Robertson.
How many times have I tried to pop it on the arms? They just don't go. The first one was, it did another ball, but it would have been, I lost complete confidence though after, like, first I got 2 rolls, so I'm thinking, okay, I can't roll anything. Then I'm like, well, I can't punch anything, what do I do? There's nothing I can do. Last one, I used to lose the match. It's the same as that one, to be frank. I just wasn't prepared.
Visual.
You're on table 12.
Take off. You get it back, you'll have lying around for a few minutes. You can only push.
I'll look as good on TV as fucking Homer Simpson. Not on one of these. Taking some steroids.
Nicole.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're into some quarterfinals action. As Giorgio is possibly fouled. Yep, he's called 2 on himself, so hasn't quite hit a cushion. And a bit of a stiff draw, I think, is probably a couple of the hot favourites to win this tournament, and they've drawn each other in the quarterfinals. In other matches, we've got Peter Butterworth and Ben Tolnai, Craig Stevens and Josh Hart, and Mick Scerri and JR. So Robbo's got 2. He's got a little bit of work to do. And I will be able to tell you too, I've just played a match on, well, not this table, but the table next to it, but they're pretty much identical. And you heard Sean Partridge earlier in the day sort of talking about how tight these tables were, and I wasn't really working out what was going on. I do now. I just played on it, and it is basically impossible to pot a ball down the cushion at any pace on these tables. So that's why we were seeing a few balls missed that maybe didn't expect. And that was just a genuine miss. And this out, I will say now, is very, very difficult. So even this shot down the red that's down the bottom left-hand side of the table, generally you'd be quite confident to just punch that in and just stun the white out, but he's actually like, well, if it's probably a slightly closer, I'll say it's actually impossible, the way they're drawing. Still gettable, but yeah, I basically lined the balls up along the cushion in a row and then just punched a ball onto it to see how the jaws would take it, and yeah, basically had to slow it down to a pretty slow pace for the jaws to accept the ball. So, and I'm sure that'll be going through Robbo's mind as he looks at that ball, and he'll be trying to work out how to deal with these two balls in the side cushion, and probably also the black with the red there as well. But that's, at the moment, probably working to his advantage. We may even see Robbo play for a double on that ball on the side cushion. He just drags this in. He'll have an angle to just stun into the black from the red that's to the right, just below it. And he might have a half decent double. Could lay up as well. Put it right over the pocket, and then he's got to plant the ball down the cushion, so that way that ball's much simpler. Looks like he's going to bury the white though behind the red, and that just tells you right there how he's feeling about the way the table's playing. It's a pretty good shot. Problem is though, Gus can't go across table, and if he does make the pot, he'll have an opportunity. Still have to do something about that black though. So from that camera angle you can see now, it kind of looks like it's on, but definitely isn't. So Gus decided, you know what, Robbo, this is actually a really hard out for you. You can waste your first shot and try and go out with two. Go out with one, sorry. Be very tempting here to come off the edge of this and try and nudge the black and open the balls up, but I think that's a dangerous shot to play given how bad the reds are at the moment. So you might flick off this and go cross table and then promote it, put it near the cushion, but it's really all about the black, this frame at the moment. He hasn't played that great. It'd be interesting to know what he was actually trying to do with it. I don't believe he was trying to put the balls like that. That's a pretty good shot. Has left Gus a ball up the top. Even if he gets this, he's still got to deal with the black, but he will have an angle on the ball in the middle on the right hand side to possibly come off back cushion and go into it, but then he needs to actually catch the right side of the black so he doesn't snoop himself on the yellow. So lots can go wrong here, should Gus choose to commit. And even he's not real happy with how the balls are for him. So he's just looking at a good spot to leave the white. Just underhit it a touch, wanted the white ball hard up on the back rail. Tell you what, if this was the Robbo that I know, and he's chock full of confidence, he'd be punching his bottom ball of the two on the left-hand side in. Just stun the white there. He's got a huge pocket up the top which he can play the red in and just get a little nudge on the ball near the black, but he's obviously not feeling amazing. I'm actually surprised he didn't have a bit of a dip there. It's a big pocket up there, and he'd had a really good opportunity to just punch that in and develop the red and black as well, and he would have had been on the ball in the middle. A lot could have really gone wrong, except obviously missed the pot on the first opening shot. I'm sure Gus is just going to lay up on this ball up the top here and give Robbo a lot of grass to travel through again. And that has moved a little bit, but he's got a Chinese. He won't be too upset with that. So tough to get safe this time and not leave Gus and his ball over the middle. Well, that's gone in. And Robbo looks like he's got an angle as well to maybe score off this and get into this little pack of black and red. So Gus has actually played a pretty good shot Chinese snookering him, and that's potentially going to cost him the frame. Robbo's not landed good there though. I think he's got enough distance though to still be able to snip this in. But the controlling of the white will be tricky. And obviously the a miss here will probably cost him the frame as well, so there's a bit on this shot. I'd almost say take the double on here if it was available, because of the controlling of the white, but to me this looks like he's actually got to maybe soft screw this in with well, as best he can because it's so thin, but with maybe some side, left-hand side, to just swing it off two rails. It's hard for me to tell what angle he's got here. He's actually tried to check it up rather than run around off two. He's tried to check it up, but he's actually undercut it, and Gus should have a bit of a field day here and take the first frame. So obviously the aim here for Gus is basically pop this ball in the middle, land anywhere from the brown spot outwards on the balk line. Nice angle to just drift up the touch. Probably gone a bit far there, but he should still be. Yeah, he's okay. He can stun off the cushion. If he had been a little bit higher, he wouldn't be walking around like this right now. He's just basically checking himself and making sure that, yep, okay, I'm happy with this. And he will just drop this in probably dead weight, looking at the angle, and should be nicely on the black, probably about a foot behind it. And yep, and he's probably, I'll tell you what, he's probably just a touch over a foot behind it, but he will take this first frame. And Marc Robertson, you could probably say, was a little unfortunate not to get a better result from the cannon after playing an excellent shot that where Gus put him in all sorts of trouble with the Chinese, but was unable to make the thin pot, and will now break to try and level the match. And you can see all 4 quarterfinal matches in progress along that line of tables. pretty big break there from Robbo. Pot of red. Says he'll take yellows though. So yellows it is, as I suggested, and this out's actually, obviously all the balls are on, but it's actually trickier than it looks. There's a lot of precise positional shots required in this out, and also that ball that's on the top left hand, the very top end of the table in the balk area, you've pretty much got to get pretty much behind that and just drop it in. You cannot play it at any pace, it just spit. So you may even elect to play for the kick out on it, but if he just lands behind it with a touch of angle where he can just float back up the table for the other linking ball, he'll be okay. But probably a couple of shots off seeing him get down to that ball unless he chooses to screw back for it now. So Robbo's actually decided to play this in such a way where he'll be playing this ball here. He'll come off the bottom cushion and give himself a bit of angle, and then he'll be playing a shot, I guess kind of like a shot to nothing. Okay, well he had the angle to be straight, that's nice. So if this doesn't go in, he will cover the pocket and block a red, so that'll be what's going through his mind at the moment, but obviously he'll be full-blooded attempt trying to pot this. And white ball looks like it's travelling down pretty close to that yellow in the middle of the table, so he'll want some kind of separation. He's actually just used a bit of side there nicely. He's looking good now to take this second frame. So I'm surprised he doesn't actually pop this ball in the middle. But he might have a bit more angle than I think, because it looks to me like he can just pot it and stun sort of half a foot down the table and then play the ball to the right. But if he doesn't play it, I would suggest he's got too much angle, and actually looking at the table itself, there is a bit of angle there. So pop this offside cushion and try and land on the ball below it. And that's not bad. Looks something like you can get through the gap. Coming off two cushions and probably playing for the yellow in the top right hand corner. Don't see any value in trying to screw off this and go through the gap. It's too big a risk to hit the black. So just let the natural angle do its work, and as I say, that he's actually doing what I just said he might not do. So he has been able to screw across. It's a very nice shot. And obviously for you viewers out there, it's no surprise for you to hear me call the wrong way somebody goes out. And so this will be 1-all. That I can assure you of. And well, that was quite a while to make that out, because it was a bit tricky. Gus did not get the visit, so can't be too stressed. We just see a few highlights from his frame. Nice spread that he's got, and opening ball. So Gus gives his a little bit of a hand raise there, like why didn't the ball go in? And why wouldn't you think that when you spread them absolutely everywhere? just to put even more pressure on Gus. His whole family's just walked in the door. So Robbo, I think, wants reds. I'm not sure if that black passes. I'm going to say that if the black does pass, then he'll go reds for sure. In fact, I'm going to say that if it doesn't pass, he wouldn't go reds. So I reckon this goes. And straight away gets on the ball on the cushion, but he's a bit Chinese. But he knows that if he rolls this in, he should make the out. The tricky thing about reds here is, if you obviously there's no choice but to commit to the out from the very beginning of this, because if you don't, that black is going to get tied up in a world of hurt. And that black does go. But just one shot for Gus at those at that yellow near the black, and he will have it tied up, and then Robbo will be in all sorts of trouble. Important shot this for Robbo, and I think that's why he's taking some time, just deciding whether he wants to commit to this now, or perhaps maybe look for a double or an opportunity to kick it out to sort of guarantee the pot. But I think this is the right shot. Got to take it on. There's a little bit of added bonus, there's a bit of coverage too if it doesn't get the pot, and that has missed. And Gus will want to deal with his black coverage as soon as possible. So I would suggest potting the yellow that's at the top end of the table, that's just near the red, so it almost looks like it's stuck to it, and then bringing your way back down this end of the table to give yourself a shot at this yellow near the black. That is indeed what he's done. Would have really liked to have been on that yellow that he's just snooking himself on. Could have played a nice little plant there and possibly not had to waste a shot by promoting a yellow in front of the black, and then could have continued developing other balls. And as it is, that yellow is actually reasonably tricky too. There's a few reds around it, and the accessibility to pockets is limited. So Gus has decided, nope, I'm not worrying about this ball on the black. I want to clean up all my horrible balls and then worry about it. The danger of this, obviously, is if you fall out of position, you may not get a chance to do that. He has fallen out of position slightly. He's just overrun probably an inch more than what he wanted to. As you can see, he's forced to jack up a touch and just try and hold the white. And that's a pretty nice shot. Now I think we're going to see a bit of coverage. And this needs to be played very well. And the reason for that is he cannot afford to leave a gap in the pocket. So this has got to be hit with absolute perfect weight. Cannot allow Robbo to force a ball inside it and open up the frame. He's got a lot of balls down this end of the table, other end of the table. He can do, well, one really, but and that's pretty good. Leaves Robbo a Chinese snooker as well. Last frame we saw Robbo get a Chinese snooker, he played a big shot. As it stands, Gus is in firm control. Robbo's probably just going to pop this ball over the hole and try and get the red onto the yellow and cover the black back, knowing that Gus has got a yellow that's near the black at the same pocket. He's got the yellow on the side cushion. Be a pretty tricky out to have to deal with. he's actually taking the ball in the middle, is he? No, he's taking the one over the corner, and that's pretty good. So I think we're going to see him pot the ball down the bottom of the table in the balk area, just roll it in, and then he'll have the red onto the yellow to take the pocket. Pretty confident it doesn't, the red won't go inside the yellow. Not on this table anyway. So this is actually shaping up to be a pretty late night now for the comp, and I think it really purely is just due to some of the time some players are taking as well. Don't like to harp on it too much, but it really has been some slow pull today. Now has the opportunity to play a shot after Bentonoi puts the black over the hole. Robbo is taking his ball in the middle. So this isn't going to get in position on playing the ball down the cushion. I'm actually not sure what he's tried to do there. He's obviously tried to get a thicker contact on the yellow. But he's way out of position now. I really do think Robbo's toying with the idea of potting the yellow with the black here, and knowing that it's a really difficult shot for Gus to have to play the first shot along the rail on this table, and he's also got a ball on the rail on the left-hand side as well. I really do think he's contemplating it. Comes to his senses and decides to pot a ball instead. And now he actually has a pretty good shot to play yellow onto red onto yellow, but you really would like to be fairly straight on it so you can play the shot and then just rest the white on the yellow that the red's near right now, and just basically Gus is actually forced to waste a shot before he can even deal with these difficult balls. This way he's actually going to be leaving him on this ball in the middle after he clears this red. So it's not the ideal spot. He hasn't played it well, however it has thrown a cat amongst the pigeons. And Gus is going to be thinking, well, I can just kick my ball off the cushion here, but the problem is Robbo will then still have an opportunity to take this pocket and leave Gus a pretty tricky out still because of this ball along the bottom. So we may see him play the plant here. It's a bit dodgy. The reason I say that is I think he's going to clip the black first, and which he'll throw it above the red. And he might not get great coverage with the second yellow over the pocket, so opting to just promote the yellow. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like this shot. If Robbo can actually cut this in such a way where he can get full pocket coverage, he'll play it for sure. I feel like he doesn't have much choice but to play that shot. There's no way he's playing this shot. That's just suicide, the shot that he's looking at right now. The other thing too is he kind of needs to overcut this red so that way it falls in front of the black a bit better. probably has played this yellow. I thought that was an absolute crazy shot to play. He's sort of thrown his hands up, but I actually don't think he realises how far away he was from potting that yellow over the hole. It was quite some distance away. And Gus has an opportunity to open this frame right up. Problem with his shot too is if he gives it a little bit, not heaps, not smash it, but if he plays it at sort of a medium pace, the red could actually stay over the pocket. So he kind of has to give this a fair bit just to clear everything out of the way. Not, once again, not smash it, but just give it a, 3/4 power. He could prove me wrong this shot though in a second and played at a nice pace and land nice, but he has given it a bit, as you can see there. Got everything out. There was no good in actually just sort of hitting that soft. Well, he wasn't 3/4 power either, probably half power, but it's done the job. And one good pot should guarantee the frame. That is a good pot. And so there's a single pull potter, Gus to Giorgio. Just needs to make another nice pot now because he hasn't fallen perfectly in position. So this cut in the middle, I think he's not going to take on just because he's worried about the traffic. So he's just played a double, and that is perfect if it goes in. Very good shot, and now is guaranteed to win the frame. Very clever shot there from Gus, even if it doesn't go in. He's got the roll in the middle, he's got the ball over the kick, and then a nice black to follow. So well planned. And perfectly behind this with two shots. Nothing can really go wrong, barring he has a heart attack right now and doesn't get to cue the ball. And he will go 2-1 up. And there's the highlight of that excellent shot. And mop-ups from Gus to Giorgio after an error from Robbo. So last break Robbo made, he broke and ran the rack. And they didn't actually explode awesomely, and he hasn't pot a ball either, I don't think. Oh no, he's pot one, pot a yellow. But not the most inviting table in the world to have to run the rack at first visit if that's what your intentions were. So probably need to formulate a plan to stay ahead at all times in this frame. You just see the break here, you just got a fair bit of jump off the white ball, and that just took away from some of the pack explosion. Generally that will happen if you just hit the white a little too high. Sort of like a force shot, and it basically just forces a jump on the white. A lot of players actually use it deliberately to try and center the white on the table, but it can sometimes take away from the impact on the pack itself. Generally Robbo screws back to the bottom rail, so we know he hasn't actually broke that as well as he normally does. So he's taken yellows and he's got position on this ball in the bottom corner to basically stun off the back cushion and either try and cannon the reds and be on a yellow or try and go into the yellows, just depending on how he feels. In fact, he's not even doing that. Oh, he actually must be able to get through to this middle of the three, and that's actually very nice if he can. Well, he's played the plant. Not very well, I might add. Wasn't the greatest of shots, but he said that Gus is not presented with anything amazing to have to look at. And he's got these two clustered reds on the bottom right-hand side of the table, which is really the big problem. He's actually got a shot now to go into them, but I just don't know if it's much value because the chance of promoting both of them are quite low. Could promote the left of the two as you look at the screen towards like lower than the yellow, so that way it's on, and then you could maybe use that to develop the other red, but really are talking pretty high in stuff because he's got a ball on the cushion to deal with as well. The ball on the right hand side's not great, and that's why Gus is taking some time here to try and work out what's going on. I personally don't see the problem with playing this bottom ball, but you don't want to leave him on this ball on the bottom left hand side of the table. And he's trying to get the white safe. The red's covered it by the looks of things, so that's a bonus. But the important thing with that shot was that he actually got the white ball on the back cushion. It is off the cushion by about an inch, but it still makes cueing much harder if you wanted to stun off it and get into the pack. So pretty good shot there from Gus to play a good containing shot to stay in the frame. Probably see Robbo looking at this right hand side of the table again. These yellows are also causing him problems. So this maybe a side cushion in the bottom of the three. Yep. It's not awesome, but it's not bad. Only leaves Gus one red that he can actually hit. And the same situation's going to probably pop up in the next few visits where neither player is really going to have an out on. They're just going to be trying to play containing style shots to not allow their opponent to play some extractional shot or something like that to develop an out. I don't see... I'm just wondering if Gus can overcut this red, take the white ball off side cushion and put it on the bottom rail again. The availability that'll leave on the plant of these bottom two yellows. Yeah, the more I looked at that shot that I just suggested, the better a shot it was. And he's missed a pot to the middle that he would normally get, and Robbo now has to make a decision of whether he's going to go into these into this cluster. If he gets a good split, he's probably home. Gets a bad split, he's going to have to reassess. Refusing it, although he's looked at the plant and he must be confident in this plant. Oh, he got a massive kick. I'll tell you, I've actually seen a lot of kicks today. And that white ball should have not have been Chinese snooker. It should have been probably about a half a foot through, maybe even 3/4 to a foot, just so he was reasonably straight on the plant. Still gettable, but obviously Chinese, that's where he wanted it. So the plant now, and you'll just see the kick, see the white ball just stopped absolutely dead. It's funny, I didn't actually see either ball jump, but there's no way Robbo would play at that dead weight and the white ball would just stay like that. Here comes the plant. And played it well. And I do believe is on the ball that's near the red right now. And this should be an out. So that mistake from Gus, where he missed the ball in the middle, could be a potential frame loser. And a match even a rapper, if that's such a word. Well, overhit it a touch, but nothing to stress about. Just wanted to be a little bit straighter on this so we didn't have to control the wide a bit better. But he's fine. And just about now, it's all about just missing this red basically. Just come between red and black, just like that. He's just underhit that a touch. Still be okay. And we have a 2-all yet again. We have a lot of 2-alls today. In fact, I think Gus has been, every match has been 2-all with him. Well, most of the matches anyway. So Gus will be breaking, and he will be hoping for a big spread and a clearance to not let Robbo out of his chair to get himself back into the frame. Oh, and he's dumped the white. He's Ben Noonan specialed that. And look at the ball whale. He's actually probably a bit lucky that the yellow's gone to the side cushion, but that can be extracted very first shot. And I'm pretty sure Robbo will be looking at yellows. You watch this white ball just go straight in the middle. No interaction with any balls. That is what's called a horrible break. Now, if at home you're wondering why does that happen, basically when the player cues the pack, he doesn't hit dead centre of that front object ball and hits it on an angle, which basically obviously shoots the white off at angle, and so many times you see it fly in the middle pocket. So one good extraction here from Robbo, and well, he's actually extracted the wrong ball and killed another yellow. Did you put that one on the replay, Dan? So Robbo's just now has to work out how to actually free up this yellow that he just annihilated with the pack split. So a little soft screw into the middle. I don't think he can catch. I don't think he can actually get into these balls now, although he might be able to get enough screw off this to get across a little bit. Just any nudge will probably be good for him at the moment. Well, there you go, but he just had to hit it a bit harder. Now, does this go top left? And he's just checking that now. I'm actually going to go for a quick walk and find out. Right, there's a pole in my way, I can't get right behind it. No, I'm sorry, I just can't tell. It's pretty close. But there is a pole right in the way of the direct line. I don't want to walk into the playing area to check it. So I think you'll be going into this again, this shot. Once again, any contact will be fine. The side has killed him. He's missed the pot. Had he have got the pot, he would have got the cannon. And Gus with an opportunity now, but a bit of coverage for Robbo as well, covering one red. And doesn't look like anything easy on offer for Gus' first shot, unless he can get past the black to this red to the centre, which actually I think he can. Now the problem here for Gus is he doesn't really want to move too much while that yellow's pretty much out of commission. Although I'm very confident with that yellow over the pocket that the ball will definitely plant onto it, because the problem ball was the red stopping the direct line, but now with that yellow to the left-hand side of the pocket, it actually makes a plantable option. So I'm sure Gus is aware of that. But how to deal with this ball? It's on the top left-hand corner of the screen, as you see it. This red one, it's a problem ball, and Gus has decided, you know what, I'm going to tie this ball a bit more. Not sure if I like that shot or not. It has given something Robbo to think about, which is always a good feeling, when rather than just walking up the table missing a ball and then suddenly they've got an easy out. Robbo's just toying with the idea now of just trying to free up this yellow. And will Gus be able to pot out? I mean, if he actually opens this up a little bit, Gus will have so many balls in the middle of the table there where he can use to try and extract that dead red. So don't see him taking it on, but he also doesn't want to pot too many balls either. So we may see Robbo lay this yellow up. Wouldn't really leave a lot on offer. I'll tell you what though, it would leave Gus an opportunity to get his bad red out. Why Robbo's thinking, you know what, he's actually going for the pot. I'm pretty sure he's laying this up. I don't think he's taking the pot on, but he's hitting this quite low, so maybe he is. Oh, he has taken the pot on, and I'm actually, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure what he was trying to achieve, like what his goal was, but he does have an angle now on this bottom ball to come off two and get into this pack again, or just play for the plant. There's no way in the world is he going to play that shot. I must say, I love how Robbo lines up all these shots, and I can pretty much tell before he even lines up if he's going to play it or not. But it's like he's telling everybody that, hey, look at all these different things I could do. Which in actual fact is quite not a bad thing for the game and to learn out there, because he might do something like this, and I'm actually surprised he's playing this, I really am. Wow, what a shot that is. That is just, you just can't dial mum's house and get her to cook that for you. That is brilliant, that shot. And Mick has just won.
Yeah, got up against you.
And he's decided to come and watch his other half at 2-all. Look at this shot. And there's the advantage of the replay.
This replay thing's pretty good, isn't it?
It is. That shot he's just played there is the best shot I've seen today. And probably underhit that a little bit. Would have liked to have come probably another foot across the table just for easier control on the white.
How's the match been so far?
It's been pretty good, I think. There's been actually a lot of good little safety shots.
Yeah.
Bit of to and fro where, neither player I don't think is 100% feeling great about balls on the rails on this table because it's so tight.
They are very tight. They're basically impossible to hit down rails
Yeah.
unless you roll them in. But even then, they pretty much sit up.
Yeah, I actually lost on this the table next to it, which is exactly the same, and I really got caught out by it, and it really did my head in, and I lost a lot of confidence. So next time I'm here and I do draw one of these tables, I'll be far more aware of it. But that's a pretty good shot from Robbo. And he will probably win this match 3-2 now, as Gus looks a little dejected. Oh, is it?
Yep.
Oh, well, there you go. He will not win this. And Dan's on the ball. He's got raised best of 7 already. I just don't know what I'm talking about.
He had raced at best of 52,000 about 3 hours ago.
It's all right, Robbo. I want to hurry up and play the shot before he gets sunburnt, and he's okay. I'm just trying to work out who was giving who power then. Was the light giving him the reflection, or was he giving the light a bit of juice? Look at this shot again. And a nice positional shot here from Robbo. Didn't put anything on it, just good pace. And he will now be breaking. So Gus probably feel like he's he'll probably feel like he's a little bit hard done by with the big shot Robbo's played there. He's deliberately tied that ball up, but I did say earlier on.
But you're making your opponent play a big shot like that, you know. If he gets it, he gets it.
Yeah, absolutely. I did say I didn't like the shot Gus played, and I actually, before Robbo actually played that shot, I said there's no way in the world he's going to play the shot, and then he just got back down about 10 seconds later and played it. So, another dry break. It's been a few dry breaks. In fact, I've actually enjoyed breaking on these tables. That's about the only thing I've got right so far is getting ball off a break.
So what are we going here? Reds?
Yeah, I think red's the balls, but it's just obviously that one tricky one.
Well, they can probably play the red on the yellow and red after he plays this one and opens it up.
Yeah, I don't know if it plants, but well, he's not landed exactly where we wanted there.
Actually, he's all right. He could probably play the red off the red now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's got half ball off it.
But you want to play this at some sort of pace to get the red out of there.
Yeah, push it down to the bottom end of the table near the pocket. And actually, if he does catch it half ball too, it will pass the other yellow. So he should be, the line's good.
Yeah, he's probably a bit fortunate actually where he landed. He's probably landed in the perfect spot.
Played it well.
Yeah, it's a very good controlled shot there.
Now just this, the red that's almost directly above the white in a line, that is actually the tricky ball now, but I think that'll go off the yellow that's closest to the centre pocket. So to me, I don't see any big problems here, just a matter of controlling it.
The red that's in the middle of the three there, he can actually drift up. The red that you said on the right hand side of the table, like that, he can play it in the bottom corner.
Yep.
So if he's on it, I'll be playing this now.
He's looking at the middle. I don't think he's going to do it now, though.
I think it goes off. Actually, he's looked at it. It goes off the yellow. So
that's what I'm saying. That's what I believe I would have played for. But I think he just overran the white a touch, as he has again. But this time
he's overrun it again.
He's got heaps of options though now.
Would probably play the top ball now to get yourself better position.
Yeah, I mean, ideally he wanted to leave that ball up in the ball into a last because it's just basically stunning your fat on the black. But getting on the black shouldn't be too much of a problem. He's just going to pot this bottom ball.
If he plays his bottom ball, he can still end up in a dodgy position.
Yeah, I agree.
So I actually don't like it. Unless he screws off the corner, like screws off this red with side, off the rail.
I think he's just worked out, you know what, I don't like this either.
It is very hard.
Because if you unscrew it,
yeah,
you're going to have no good shot.
If he can play this and pretty much come back a few inches, like that, he can pretty much roll in the next two reds.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he plays this, because if he stuns off it and plays for the red in the right corner...
I'd be rolling through.
Yeah,
that way you can't stuff up.
Exactly, the yellow can't go on the path.
Yeah. Well, if you stun off it, you might not come across enough. Rolling through, you're pretty much guaranteed yourself to land within the right spot, basically.
Yeah, even if you've got to come off two cushions.
Yeah.
He's got more options if he rolls through. If he stuns across, he hasn't got much of an option.
I think the only thing on his mind, it's my phone, is it?
So I think it's fine. It might not even touch the red. Yeah. See, he's landed okay, but I think he's going to have a long black now. He pretty much just wants to stun to the side cushion. Like that. And with Gus's potting ability, should knock this straight in. And 3-all. Good stiff on the break there. Marc actually a very good break. Didn't get a ball and Gus cleaned up. So 1 frame to get in the last 4. Very well-run tournament at the moment. Vic's been running it. Vic Sweetland's been running it well all day.
Yeah, I just made a comment that I think it's gone later than what they would have hoped, and I actually think it's just due to people taking a really long time.
I actually don't think so. I think it's about on schedule. What time is it?
Well, it's 9:30, and we're in the quarters.
Yeah,
it's going to be a midnight finish if we keep going the pace we are.
I would have thought maybe 11 or 11:30 finish.
I think ideally you want to try and finish this comp by 10 at the latest, and I think if if we had timers making people actually time if they lost, like they do in majors, I think this match, this would already be almost close to the final. Seriously, there's been some really slow pull.
Well, I think a few of the frames, a few of the matches have been, there's been a couple that have actually gone a lot longer than normal.
There have, and
there's been a few quick ones as well.
A lot of the time it's the usual suspects too that are causing that. So Robbo's got a pretty good break there. This is a take your pick type of break, and it depends on how you're comfortable with transition. I think red's the go because there's so much linking together.
I think you might play the top left red here, and then come back out for the next 2. So
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to land on the ball in the middle as soon as possible too.
I think he'll leave that till he'll pot these 2 first to give himself a nice angle, and then just drift down the table. So just come back where he is now. And now we can find out exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, close to where he is now.
Pretty much where he is now, but maybe back about 4 or 5 inches. And he's just showing you where he wants to be. So, and he's showing you his range. You know, he's got like 2 or 3 inches to land in where is perfect. So you'll see him screw back here, about 4 or 5 inches. And now we can roll this and sort of drift down the table towards that black spot on the table, and roll in the next 3 reds.
I actually thought the angle was a bit straight, but I just look at the table and it's just absolutely perfect.
Well, I just assume from now on that it's like these camera angles, they do look dodgy, but you should be able to drift down nice and easy. That's it. Now we'll probably want to take the top one.
I would actually take the ball in the middle here and just stun back to where he is right now, and then just stun, perfect black.
So he wants to play, I would say, the top left one.
Yep. And just try and get straight as you can on the bottom ball. And then, because then it's just a stun game after.
Top left one, then the bottom left, and then roll in the middle right, and then roll in the black.
Okay, so it looks like he's going to come off the back cushion here a little bit. He's probably dead straight, and it looks like he's got angle.
I think he's got angle. Should be able to just top off the bottom rail and back up.
Yeah, he's definitely got angle this time, but it's not a problem. He's going to land perfect, I reckon.
Yeah, about 6 or 8 inches off the bottom rail. That's perfect.
Yeah, and he will roll this in and take the match. So a little bit devastating for Gus that his dry broke.
His parents just walked in the door now and about to see this.
Yeah, they've been in and out for a while, and when Rico's run over, he's not happy. And looks like the petrol money has been limited to only about $100.
Well, Marc actually got Gus in the Calcutta.
He did too, and I actually asked for half of this, and he wouldn't give it to me.
Oh,
So
shit, well done, Marc.
Eat a dick, Robbo. You just put out your Calcutta horse.
Well,
He actually told me he draws his Calcutta horses all the time too.
Yeah, so.
But pretty good standard match that overall. It wasn't a lot done wrong. Gus missed one ball in the middle to give Robbo an opportunity.
Dry broke last frame and Gus potted out, and Gus dry broke this frame and Marc potted out. So.
And Rob also ran one of his own racks as well, frame 2. So there's been a few racks run and some good little tactical pull. Everything you want to see in a decent match. Meanwhile, the man Shrek himself, Ben Tolnai, is playing Peter Butterworth. I don't know what the score is.
I'll go find out and I'll come back to you.
But Butters, I reckon this is Butters win the match. And he shakes his hand. That was for the match. We will start semi-finals action soon. And I've got to wait for Scerri now, I've just realised.
Scary. I have to lose. I have to lose. frames I want, and then I think you've got a massive kick, frames that you want to frame. That frame is about 50 and I had to knock in that big ball and stun over it. Very, very close.
Enjoy the past. You're not making me watch it. You might make it like
Just wait for it.
Okay, so let's just get the change going. Now, 10 o'clock.
I've actually discovered I've got a small head. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start semi-final action. And the draw is Marc Robertson, Craig Stevens versus, and Michael Scerri versus Peter Butterworth, which has already begun. But we will be focusing on Robbo and Craig Stevens because that's the only place we've got a camera. I believe still race to 4. Or best of 7 for your old school folk. So Robbo's obviously won the toss and will break. I'd actually like to see us starting to lag in tournaments now. It's much more a skill shot than a coin toss. And big break there from Robbo. And a lot of the time too, with two really top line players, the break can actually be the deciding factor who broke first, because they get to break in the last frame. If there's been a lot of racks run, which we have seen before. That's not obviously an everyday occurrence, but so Robbo looking at yellows, and straight away he's looking at how can I open up my only yellow that's probably a little bit dodgy. Although I don't think he actually needs to do that, because just looking at the table, if he actually pots the yellow that's at the bottom end of the table and just comes off the cushion bit, he'll actually be able to cut the yellow in between the two reds. So I'm not even sure why he's looking at the plant. Well, not the plant, but the little flick off it. So another kick. And he will clean the white immediately. He's copped a few kicks. Still think Robbo needs to take this ball down and cushion, but it's a very difficult shot on this table. And as you can see, that will not drop. Well, he didn't hit it clean, but now has complete control of the frame. Craig Stevens, who has immigrated from Queensland, he decided that he is not a big fan of playing for New South Wales when they win national titles and not turn up to the Nationals this year. He's decided to stay in Victoria. And it will be interesting to see if he remains here and tries out for the stateside next year as well. So I spoke to Mick earlier on about how this tournament could go quicker if we had people umpiring when they lose. This is a perfect example. I know he's in a tough spot, but that was probably a good minute and a half to 2 minutes just to play that shot right there, which appears, I'll know when I see the screen again, to be a bit of a nothing shot. So Robbo, opportunity to finish off this frame. So the key, obviously, to this out is going to be, I believe, the transition between this ball in the middle of the table and also the ball at the top. I know that's a pretty obvious thing to say since the other two balls are practically over the hole, but you do need to get some pretty neat position. And this right here is the key shot. And that's been, I believe, underhit a touch. How you've landed straight on the shallow, you can just roll it in, and then he's, you know, he's pretty straight on the ball at the top. Now he's got to go up and down, and he's tried to come off too. But I'll tell you what, if he's actually meant to use side on that, it's nothing's kicked. I thought he's actually going to put some side on it to throw it off the rails, but he's way out of position now, unless this is actually easier to middle than I think. fact, it's not that. It's actually not that bad. So this is very gettable. So obviously just looking there where he's got to land and not snooker himself on his final yellow against his pot. And that's a good shot, and I think he's made the gap nicely. Although he's stamping his feet. And he might not be on it. And you can see him there looking at how he's going to swerve this.
Oh yeah, how's it going? Well, I don't see it to like 99, probably 100% people think about it.
Looks like he's actually trying to go round the red. So he must be full ball snookered. He has gone around the red and he's popped that nicely and he's landed on the black. It's a very good shot. Even this shot's actually quite missable. Just requires you to stay very still and just cue through the ball. And looks like he's cued that very nicely, which is pretty rare to see him not do. And he'll go 1-0 up. So another horrible break. The only reason I'm actually a little bit upset about this is I'm actually very tired and want this match to be over quickly. But spreads like that are going to see slower frames with more tactical play. I'd be surprised if Robbo even tries to pot a ball unless the plant is actually on past the yellow. Actually, I think it is on, so he probably will take yellows. Not the most desirable outcome. He's pretty much killed that yellow. So back double here, try and get some balls back up this end of the table because that's really where the game's at. That's where the black is. And not bad. So Craig's got really nothing on offer. And he's just going to need to try and find a way to just, I think, play something containing. Looks like he's going to maybe flick off the edge of this pack. I tell you, if he can pot the yellow outright, it wouldn't be the worst shot in the world. And that is actually what he's tried to do. It's just sat over the kick. And 2 shots to Robbo, and Robbo will be pretty keen to get this pack open now. Just wondering if that, if he's found a plant in the middle of the pack with that yellow that's above the black, but don't think it's on. Has a very thin cut on the yellow below the pack, but doesn't really offer any value. It doesn't allow him to go into the pack. And he's just looking there at potting this thin and going into the pack as well, but I think that'll be the last shot that he plays. I don't think he can get into the pack by playing this cut, so he'll either just play this yellow and into the pack and open them all up. But he's still got this yellow down the bottom end of the table as well that's quite dead, top end of the table. So although that would have been better for Craig if that yellow went in, the immediate threat is not imminent. After Robbo finishes his 2 visits, though, he could find himself in quite a bit of trouble. And Robbo's actually got to make sure he develops at least one of these dead balls right now, otherwise Craig still has the option of potting the yellow and not being in the worst position in the world. I have to assume that he's going to just promote this yellow and leave the white ball in such a way where he can't pot the red along the cushion and really leaves no shot again. And then the next visit, Robbo will have an opportunity to go game. So he wants to pot this first. Very important this ball goes in. And it goes, and now, well, it hasn't come across far enough. I think it's 1-1 with Butters and Scerri over there. Although Butters is just getting out his break cue now, so maybe it's actually only 1-0. Oh no, he's just getting some sandpaper. He's not happy with his tip. So Robbo has played the open up the yellow shot. And Craig's actually in a massive world of hurt right here. I actually don't see a good safety, and I don't see a real easy out. The only thing I can really see is to try and smother the yellow that's near the cushion. But then Robbo's just going to get it out and leave the dead red in its place, so it really is a tough situation he's in. But right now he does sort of have the opportunity to play that shot. You can just play the red and onto the yellow and just nestle onto it and just tie it up. Don't know how long it would stay there for, but you can play it in such a way where at least snooker him on at this shot as well, so you can't just kick it straight out. He's actually looking at playing the red onto the yellow and putting it on the bottom rail where the red is. I actually don't think that's a good shot. And the reason I say that is he's going to end up with this red that he's about to play in absolute no man's land still. I'd rather just leave that yellow there, that red there, leave the yellow there and try and force him to either extract it. So I'm not sure what he's playing here. Oh, he's gone for the aggressive shot. Missed the pot though, unfortunately, and had that have come off, may have had an opportunity to run the ball up the cushion, but if he gets the pot, he cannons the ball slightly different angle, and the white ball may not be where it is now. So a lot of if, buts and maybes, but the fact of the matter is Robbo is at the table and doesn't really have an easy out. Craig's actually been fortunate enough to leave him off every ball except the one over the pocket if he wants to continue to pot out right now. So Robbo might actually try and play another containing safety here. Could be in the form of a double up the table and he just uses the white ball to try and rest behind the black. Wouldn't be the worst shot in the world. He's now looking at, I'm sure I'll be surprised if he pots the ball over the hole unless he's feeling amazing, because this yellow that he's closest to right now is not simple to get on, let alone pot. Well, he is putting this ball over the hole, so he's going to full blood commit. He's gone for the kick out. I think he's landed on it. He looks happy. And nice pot there from Robbo, and he's in pretty good position. He's just got to make sure he picks the gap, and pretty sure black goes to centre as well. This is very much key though, this shot. Don't want to have a dodgy angle, although I'm pretty sure the black will go to the corner. Yeah, the black will go to the corner in the middle, so he has such a large range to land in. Ideally would like to be reasonably straight, but that red does pose a few problems of offering guaranteed ideal position. If he tries to get too cute, could snook himself. And he may even elect to just screw back to this left-hand side of the table as well, and pass the middle, just try and play a nice little neat screw shot. Obviously brings the middle pocket as a danger in the play there, but well, he's snooking himself, as I suggested. That red that he's not behind, but the one to the left of that is what actually caused this error. if that red's not there, he doesn't have to worry about sort of negotiating it. He just lands sort of where it is, and then he's perfect. And Marc Scerri took great pleasure in telling me before he started this match against Butters that he was 16-1 in frame score, and the only reason he lost a frame is because someone broke and potted out on him. So obviously playing pretty well. And Robbo has just added another 10 minutes to this frame. Cross table, and honestly just hoping for a bit of luck here. Well, he's found the luck, hasn't landed on the black. So he did play for that shot, but it's not high percentage, and he also had a pretty big pocket as well with the red sitting there. And he'll probably come off the back cushion now and try and pot the ball in the same middle because he has still got that big pocket there. And here is a replay of the shot. And you can just see he's cannon that red full ball. If he cannons any side of the left-hand side of that red, he would have been on this black. But so now back cushion. Tricky part about this is because he's in almost a dead straight line, you've actually got to play this with a touch of side, and it's very difficult to judge very small amounts of side. Sometimes it's better to aim a bit wider and just play it normally with side. But any sort of, I guess between three-quarter and half ball contact will give this a real good show. So you can see he's actually playing with a bit of side. I actually think he's playing with too much, like too straight. So as you can see, he's hit the right-hand side of the black there, not the left, and that's because he's played with side off the back cushion, but he's hit it straight. If he aims to the left a little bit with that amount of side, he's a much bigger chance, and I just think he hasn't considered how difficult it is to play at that pace with a very small trace of side. And Craig Stevens should finish this frame off from here. Though he hasn't landed perfect that first shot. I'll have to go up and down, I think. He's not perfect yet either. He wanted to come further down the table and I think deal with his bottom ball first. Now we might see him just clean up this red on its own, and he'll be leaving the ball on the cushion to last. We can just drop it in with a bit of angle, and then he can just float up for the black in the top right-hand corner, or maybe the right middle, depending on how much angle he has. So just float this in, probably play for the corner. Good pot there from Craig to level up the match 1-1. So this match is not going quickly, as I hoped. And I'm not sure if it's still 1-1 on the other table or not. And as you can see, Craig has decided to come back with a glass of water. Not a fan of purchasing a beverage of any type, is Craig Stevens. Big break there from Robbo, and red down. And initial look at the table tells me I need to have a quick think about it because both balls are a bit tricky. I'm thinking yellows, but it all depends. Actually, this red down the bottom here might go. No, it doesn't. So big problem ball for both colours is on the right hand side of the table. And yellows, I've actually been correct for the first time since the war on what colour ball someone's going to choose. But I will be interested to see how Robbo tries to negotiate these if he wants to try and make the clearance first shot. So obviously his first shot will be to play this cannon the yellow across. You want to give this a little bit just to push the yellow. Oh, he's played it off the red, very nice. But it hasn't really landed anywhere great. And there's a bit of slow motion of the break, so the white ball jumping nearly got pushed in off. Can cut this. If he can cut this, he may go into this pack, but it just looks thin. So now looking at yellow off yellow into the middle, we'll have to give this a fair bit of pace if he plays that shot. Just square up the first yellow that he hits. And plays it quite nicely. Now he has an angle to get into this pack. He's actually a little bit upset that he hasn't managed to do everything and develop the yellow as well. Now this extraction shot coming up can go wrong. It hasn't fallen great unless that yellow does pass the centre. Just looking now, it will go. It's not a full pocket, but he also has the red to play off as well if he wants to. This red to the middle's tricky. He's got about half a pocket. And I'll tell you what, if he does miss, Craig Stevens' balls are all over the hole pretty much. So good shot required here. More angle than it looks too, which brings that red over the centre pocket into play a little bit. I don't think you can go in off it. I think it's far enough away from the pocket to not going off it, but well, he doesn't like it so much that he's not even playing it. He's actually trying to play the plant, isn't he? Playing a double, and he's played a bit of a safety at the same time. But the problem with his shot is he may end up snookered. Depends on Craig's touch. Another frames conclude over there. Didn't see who won it. And that is not a bad shot. Left a gap though, I think. But it's a pretty good containing shot. Doesn't really left Robbo a lot. So just a score for the other table. Mick Scerri's 3-2 up on Butters. So I think he's cutting this to the top right corner. You can actually see the yellow that's to the very right of all of his yellows as well. It's quite a thin cut as well. But to me seems like the best shot. But maybe this goes to the middle, or it can't possibly go to the middle, so he's got to be cutting this. Wow, that's a great shot. And he's on the ball to the middle as well, and well, a chance to go game now. Surely got that one on the replay, Dan. That was a super shot. And just reaches the pocket and prime position on the ball in the centre. Very good shot. This is still by no means a simple out though. Now the reason, if you're wondering why he played off the red, is he did that just to hold the white, so he's on this yellow in between the gap, and also maintains an angle to be able to stun off a cushion and get back up the table. So this has to be hit absolutely spot on, or the red will disappear into the pocket rather than the yellow. So must take cushion first here slightly, just the jaw, and then off the back of the red. Yeah, well, it was actually potting clean, so that's how well I read that, and he has gone in off, or snooking himself. Not quite as bad, but not great. Well, Robbo's in actually massive amount of trouble here. I don't see a real simple escape. There's so much traffic in the centre of the table to come off cushions and make contact. The only thing I can really see, and this is not such a, not the greatest thing ever, but is to play the red on the yellow, get the yellow over the hole, and at least have one ball covered. Having said that, he might be able to get through. He might be able to get through. Well, he can get through. Well, there you go. He could actually see it and pot it, so it was actually the worst result ever for Craig Stevens. He wanted the in off. Robbo very, very fortunate to be on that ball actually after playing quite a bad positional shot, but he'll take it. And this shot for 2-1. In it goes, 2-1 to Robbo, and that's a very interesting little discussion there. I'm not sure what that's all about. It didn't go in. And there once again is that super shot that Robbo played to make that out possible. And then this, who he tricked everybody there for a couple of minutes. So no ball, and Reds at first glance look to be the go. So Robbo is actually taking yellows off the red. Oh no, he's playing, maybe he's playing the plant. 3-ball plant, he is. Interesting choice of shot. The only reason I say that is he had a ball over the hole at the other end, which isn't really doing anything at all. And he's just made these Reds a little more awkward than they needed to be. Shot to nothing there from Robbo and Sutton away. And I've just been informed that when Gus and Giorgio left the building, they went home, the whole family, and they're actually now watching the live stream, so big shout out to the Giorgio family. They love their pool. Craig, so I've got to say, every time Craig's been to the table for the first time each frame, he's actually been in a mile of trouble where he hasn't really got a lot on offer. Robbo's just really put the screws on him and just not allowed him to flow at all. And that's not a bad shot given the situation he was in. The problem is Robbo still has an opportunity here to do some serious damage and potentially go 3-1 up. It's not a simple out. But he hasn't looked in the most aggressive frame of mind so far this evening. I know he's pretty tired. He's just had a young baby boy, and with children comes lack of sleep. So I'm not actually sure what he's looking at here as far as whether he wants to play some kind of containing shot or whether he's just trying to work out how to make the out. Very thin cut coming up though. I'm actually pretty surprised he's playing this shot. And that has not even gone close really. And it looks to me like Craig's on an easy opener underneath that red that's near the hole. I don't think it's over neatly. No, there is a pretty big gap there, so he's got an easy opener. He does have some traffic though, the bit of congestion of balls on the to the right middle side of the table. But it's been quite an interesting match, this, in respect of each time there's an opportunity for a player to maybe make a clearance, it's not been simply just pot the balls. It's been very tricky. There's been maybe an extraction that has been made, or there needs to be some extremely precise run of shots that need to be played. Not just one or two precise shots, but sometimes an entire out where you've got to be spot on with the white, and that actually just makes the out so much more difficult, because it only takes one positional shot to be out by just a little bit, and suddenly the out becomes harder and harder and harder until you get to a point where you just chop it up and don't even look like making the out. Whereas when the balls are all open on the table, you might miss position on a ball, and then suddenly you're on, you've got a different ball that you're on, and then you can recover quite easily. This match has not been like that at all. Well, I think Craig was in two minds there. He was just, I think he kind of wanted to sit it, but then thought, no, I'll pot it, and he was just a bit hesitant. But he's got a pretty good result out of it anyway. Once again, we're presented with a situation where it's just a tough gig out there at the moment, and there's nothing simple on offer for either player. They both need to nut the frame out and try and outthink one another. And I'm clearly tired as hell because I just can't see a thing right at the moment. I'm just not even seeing options at all. I mean, I thought the possibility coming off the side cushion and just moving the red away from the yellow. I'm not just meaning nudging a little bit, I mean getting it right out of there. Just purely because it's still a tricky out for Craig to have to play, but it gives him a chance to make an out, and that's probably why I don't like the shot. Looks like he's going to try and nudge this red just in the way of the others in the pocket. I don't like this shot either. Problem is that there's not a shot on the table I actually like. Right, let's see how he plays this. Okay, I'm not sure what his intentions were there, because it looks to me like he's just opened up the frame for Craig Stevens to pot out. I think what he was actually trying to do was play it off the side cushion, off the yellow, and put it into the middle, which was a pretty low percentage, but he didn't have a lot on offer. Personally, I would have preferred to double the red that he was sort of parallel to across the other side of the table and just try and create some traffic. And maybe I should have said that while the balls were where they were, so you would have understood what I meant. But too bad, it's done. And Craig is on and out. Once again, now this is the sort of, when I was talking earlier where it's a matter of, just potting the balls, and yes, obviously you want to maintain good position. This is one of those outs where you still need to be pretty neat, but you can possibly, fluff up one positional shot and you'll be able to recover with another ball that you can pot. Big key shot coming up here being that the top of the four yellows, you need to probably get rid of that ASAP, and this little roll in here offers that option. So barring a kick, he should be okay. Well, he's not playing it. And I'm actually wondering if he's just going to leave it till last now, just roll this in, stun up the table and just get himself just straight as he can. Wow, that's a bad, I think he just took that for granted. And Robbo has been given A strawberry. And believe me, Robbo is not looking at how we can cover up and get control of this frame. He is looking at the best percentage way to go to pot out. And when I say best percentage way, I mean playing, like that ball that's on the rail is a bit dodgy, so he's looking at basically playing it as a shot to nothing. It'll be dead weight, goes over the kick, he's in good shape. He also wants to try and nudge this red that he's just nudged there, and now he's looking firm favourite again. So nice shot there, centre table, multiple options. And there is actually a lot of ways you can go about this out. And this is very much a preference thing. Eliminating this ball that's at the bottom of the table as soon as possible will be ideal. Although there is a way you can play this out and leave that ball till last. So this will just be a pure horses for courses type scenario for Robbo, where however he feels he can best control the white. Scerri's just given out a bit of a scream over there and had a small fit, so something must have went good for him. And that is a very, very nice shot from Rob. In fact, he's actually over-screwed in tender position. At first glance, it looked perfect, but I think he's just over-screwed a touch, so now this out actually has become a bit trickier. I think we'll see him pot this and just try and screw back and try and land sort of near the black, so just close to the black. Try and get too cute, you can actually snook yourself and this can go wrong. We saw him do that in a previous frame. Don't think that'll be on his mind, but he also has the option of playing this red off the yellow and holding the white there, and then he's got a dead straight pot. But manages to screw, well, I did say near the black, not on the black. And he is Chinese and does not have a favourable shot on the black after this red. So let's just say that he lands next to the black. He's perfect. Or even if he screws back a little further, that's even better. Like if he had gone another inch past the black, he can then obviously just punch the ball into the corner and then stun down the table for the black in the middle. Being Chinese, though, doesn't really give him any option to put bottom spin on the ball, so he can't bring the white ball back down the end of the table where he wants the black. So he's almost forced to try and work out how he can pot this black by being at the other end of the table. Well, he might be able to catch some of this. Now, so this is the only way you can actually get like the white ball to come back, is jacks right up, and that makes the pot probably 10 times more difficult. He'd basically be jumping the white. I think he's actually going to get someone to watch this shot. We've got replays, we can do anything now. I'll tell you what, Robert hasn't played awesome this match. And someone may need to go up to him and just grab the steering wheel on his t-shirt and just steady the ship a little. And he's just trying to work out any... I'd almost be happy to just pot this red and just have a shot. This is like so high percentage to just not pot. I mean, when you look at it, that black going down the bottom corner, there's a decent gap there to actually at least move the yellow and possibly put the black in front. So I'd just be content in plotting this. And as you can see, there. What's my cue? Yeah. So yeah, that low percentage pot attempt, although Rubber has got a result and killed the black, although Craig can extract it right now if he wants to, but instead he's decided to play the fairy shot, and I think he's got a snooker. So give that man address. Didn't want to take on the aggressive shot. Nothing wrong with that, really. I'm just giving it to him a bit just because I want the match over quicker. But Robbo's in once again all sorts of trouble. But I've actually seen people do this to Robbo and they give him a shot and then he produces some fluke. He might even be able to pot this. Well, he's just not quite got enough bite on the swerve. But the problem with this, he's hit the red. It's in the centre of the table. That black's still on the cushion. Had a chance to extract at the shot before. Didn't take it on, and now he's in no better position, if not a worse position. So this is why I believe if you've got an option to be able to make the out, you should take it on. Even though sometimes, you know, you're not feeling great, and it's very difficult to see the out. I mean, you don't have to extract this black. You can get behind it, but it's, like I said, these pockets are a bit tighter. So getting the black out the centre of the table is probably not a bad thing. And he's tried to extract at that shot, and that was flirting with danger because of that in-off possibility. So he actually has pretty thin cut to the corner where he can extract the black here, but if he actually chooses to take this shot on, I will go E, because this is actually, of all the shots, to play the stupidest shot if you want to extract the black when he had such an easy option before. And he has done that, and that's just off its head really, and now he's back pretty close to where he was before when he could have just extracted and had two balls near the holes. This might go over the hole, this ball. I think he can click this thin though and use just a bit of left hand side, come off two and get behind this black. His only concern will be going in off left middle. And well, it's not great, but not bad. At least he's got a shot at it. But this is actually a tough shot on this table, I promise you now. And he has missed that by 14 foot and given Robbo a chance. He actually played that really quickly too. If you look at the pace of this match, he really rushed that black. Robbo doesn't miss these very often either, so. And in it goes. He's actually using a brand new cue as well, supplied by Remo. Doesn't seem to have had too many problems adjusting to it. And he will go 3-1 up on the hill. And I think it's his break.
What did you ask people what you John? Well, I want to know, and I'm more important than most things ever do is John, because I spend fucking 10 times more money than these.
And Robbo just get a bit of camera time there to just show off his lats.
Do I spend more money than every other bloke in John?
So 3-1, and believe me, Robbo's a very hard person to beat when you have a deficit like that. Not impossible, but tough gig from now on. And another big break. I actually think Robbo's changed his break because he's actually getting the white ball to jump now, whereas he used to screw it back off the side or back cushion. Oh, so Scerri has actually won. He's through the final, which actually really sucks me if I wanted to eat immediately. And he will look to play his husband or wife, depending on who you would say wears the pants in that relationship, in the final very shortly.
What are you doing out there? You got home or not? Or are you scared to be near us?
Oh, shout out to Tash Jamison. She's on air having a look at the frames, unless that's Steve just logged in as her. She said to me yesterday she hates pool, won't watch it. And I told her she should listen to me commentate and she'll love it. She's probably turned it straight off after she heard my voice. Actually, I don't think that's who I'm thinking it is. So, ball over the hole, start proceedings, and Robbo now, for the first time actually in this match, I believe Craig Stevens has actually had the early upper hand. If I'm 3-1 up here, I'm almost thinking of just doubling this red out. But the problem is, all these balls are on. Black is tricky though. You've got to land it on it pretty neatly to pot it in the left centre. Oh, I thought it might have been Steve. Steve, I think you should go and get your lovely wife and get her to listen to my brilliant voice and get her into 8-ball. So Robbo is going to play the black dead. It's an interesting shot, this. He has really annihilated a yellow by surrounding it with soldiers and just thrown a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons as well with the black there. It's not a bad shot. It certainly hasn't put him in a better position by any means, but it certainly has made things on Craig far more difficult, where he probably can't make an out right now.
Now you've got 30 shots if I can turn around and tell them how you're better than me.
And I'd just like to also give Steve Jamison a shout out for belting the crap out of me last night and beating me 11-4 in a set. Felt really good after that. Cheers, buddy. And no, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't paused. He has been standing there for a minute. Just like that. Butters is just going to go and take a quick break, and then he's going to come and chuck the headset on. And then you can not just listen to my crappy voice. So Craig is basically said, you know what, that yellow is dead. I'm going to open it up, Robbo. You can't pot out this shot. But the thing I don't like about this shot is Robbo will be taking this pocket almost certainly almost certainly, I'll say. The reason I say not certainly is because the yellow and black can kick out in one shot and all the other balls are on. So if you can find a way to actually take the pocket and not leave the 2-ball extraction, and then obviously pot out with the other shot, definitely take it. I personally, if I'm 3-1 up, I don't mind playing it. And I think Robbo's decided he does like it. I think you want to go just a touch higher on that, and I think he'll be looking at the pocket coverage, no? So I'm still not 100% sure whether he's actually going to do this, because I thought he's going to do it the shot before, but he obviously didn't like the angle. It's probably an off, so this time I reckon he wants to nudge the red too, and just... No, he's just gone straight. If he had to nudge the red to the yellow, it would have made this double ball extraction so much harder. But I will be very keen to see if Craig does try and get in a position so he can play this ball that's... He's pretty much dead straight on now. Screw across the table, and this is what he's looking at right now. Get across the right hand side of the table, double the yellow out, push the black out, and then he's got all his balls on. Now, if he's actually on one of those balls in the centre of the table, I would eliminate one of them immediately, because they're actually blocking one another for when he plays the kick out, and he might not have a shot afterwards. So if you can pop just one of those balls, even both, it's not that big a deal, but I'd rather leave one there as a backup ball. But it's all about getting across the table where he was looking so he can play the kick out with a bit more ease. Can play the double now. He will be flicking the red, which is dangerous, and the black may not move far enough for him, so that's why I'd like to get to the left hand side of the table, so that way he can really get some movement on both balls. And I didn't even give this a consideration because I didn't even think it was even possible, but I'll just go check. And I don't think there is a gap past the black for the white to fit to pot that yellow. So he is playing this kick out now, and see, the black stayed there. Wow, that's actually quite unlucky. The black probably goes underneath that red now, so if his thinking was to just kick the one ball out and then get on the black, it's actually a very good shot. He's been extremely unfortunate to going off, and it could be a Robertson affair in the next 10 minutes. And I'm going to request that Mick Scerri play an extremely rapid final so we can go to Geppetto's and have a feed, because I've been wanting to go there for about the last 2 years. And just under run position there. I've always actually had a bit of problems with running through with White. He's had a couple of kicks. There was no kick there, but I just think his new cue, he hasn't adjusted to it properly yet. His run throughs. And that's a very nice shot. So pretty sure I'll just pot this. If he's on it, he is on it. And then just run the one up the top. If he pots it in one, that's sensational. If he has to use two, then he just pots it and then pots the ball over the line and pots the black. So I can't really see anything going wrong here for Robbo. And yes, welcome back, Butters. And in that goes, and this will be a dead weight roll in.
There we go, solid.
Not bad. This
Hello,
has
viewers.
Been an interesting match. It's been not a flowing match, let's say. It's been very congested, and Robbo's had control in most situations.
Well, Robbo...
Wow.
Robbo's very methodical, as we know, and he's not the quickest player going around. Craig can be, but if he slows down, he really does slow down.
Tell you what, he's actually really lucky to be so straight on this red to the corner, because he played that really badly, or it rolled on him. I'm not sure which.
That's pretty much how I would have played the shot to use 2 on it. Absolutely horrible.
No, you'd have landed on a double.
Yes, good point. Mind you, I'm sure you've mentioned it, Jamie, but anything down the rail on these tables, it doesn't matter who you are, they are no certainty.
Yeah, and I was very unfortunate to find this out before I played my match, and I had a disastrous time out there. I do know for next time when I'm here, although I have heard that they're actually going to open them back up because they're a bit too ridiculous.
Well, I've seen you enjoy your pool before, and today in your last match, that was not one of those times.
The Q nearly did get set a new javelin record.
Skeza played well then. It's me. He's current,
there you go.
Current Australian champion Michael Scerri stitched me up. I went in off in the final break at 3-all, and he ran the rack on me, the bastard. But he's hitting the ball well, obviously. So good on him, and good luck to him in the final against whoever it may be. And the score here is
3-1 to Robbo.
3-1.
And the that black that he just missed there, that would have actually not missed on the other tables. He didn't hit it perfect, but he didn't hit it too bad.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that it sat right over the kick and he played it at a decent pace means it's hit the jaws, deepish.
Yeah, well, Craig just needs to roll this in the middle, get on the one at the highest one, and get back down on this yellow straight away.
And that looks perfect.
Yeah. Hopefully straight enough so he can just run through down onto it.
I'm actually wondering whether you'll actually do it straight away or not.
If you're on it, why wouldn't you? Because they both go in the middle, those yellows, I think, so. He's running it.
Played that
That's
very,
a very
very
good
nice.
shot. Yeah.
It's actually got really good touch, Craig Stevens. When he's got to play little shots like that.
I love playing him. I've played about 10 sets with him in the last couple of months, and most of them have been very close. And it's good fun.
So I actually didn't even realise this was on in the middle. Either way you look at that, it's a very bad shot.
He's underhit the crapper out of it. He came up a bit on that, so.
Looks like he's playing a plant. So it wasn't on. Oh wow, he's
just
threw a
he's
handbrake at
the
that.
towel here.
He's done Jay Stevens special there.
Oh, he's conceded a black. Mate, I nearly did that against Skeza when I completely chopped up, but I still will never ever concede a black.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to do. It's just, I guess, bad etiquette, but I mean, Robbo's not going to miss it. I think you're right though. I think he'd just thrown the towel in. I know how that feels when you play Robbo over a long match. So we will have husband and wife, the Robertsons, playing in the final.
Yes, the Robertsons.
I'm going to go grab a jacket because it is freezing near this front door.
Actually, I'm going to do the same thing. Let's rejoin here in 5 minutes' time, Jamie.
Yep, no worries.
I'm actually going to go to the car and get the jacket, which sort of defeats the purpose.
his brother or not?
Maybe it's a little high, and then I still thought it was in.
The restaurant.
Yeah. I wanted to be dead straight on it, so I knew
That's what I was trying to make out of it.
Right. I think you need to speed up a bit. I didn't want to say I'm watching. He doesn't really get hard to actually contact. He's so congested all the time. And he was always like behind the start of the frame. Yeah, and then I kept getting lucky. And I'm looking at the table going, I don't know what to do here. It's too hard.
Every frame could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
And now
Johnny, you got to go and do what?
Still at that.
You can't get away from the coming.
You know, oh, it's Ferris. He stitched you up again.
Remember the last time I did Giorgio?
That fast that is.
Brothers decided to do it when they ain't bringing the heavens up. Yes, but
He got bag on it.
No, it's not.
I want to eat. I want to go to 2 schools. One, funny, that one. I need it full.
you need to do Mrs. Tits again here.
Leave my Mrs. Tits alone, they're fine.
I'm not joking. It's not that bad.
I like it.
Got to go up and step. Do you need to be like gagging and it's not the joint or what's the go? The game halfway through if I need to score? Or do you want to adjudicate it? Shut your mouth before you shoot it. Come on, it's the only comeback you've got all there. Come to shoot. Oh, wait, you're going to go with Gary.
She's a chance to get the job done.
I'm sure to break the sink, yeah? Yeah? Put the shot on the sink
I played
Oh man, fuck. Silly. You're heading big time. That's why it's gonna be.
We're gonna call for it in 30 seconds, so you'll move. First shot I play, Johnny, man, guys, doing fuck. So yeah, Frederick. We quite proud.
This is you, you're not worried. How do you think mango's going to work? Fuck, I can't wait. Come on, you fuck.
You're right on it.
Guys, you fell for cheer again.
They're saying there's a sill coming onto the stage.
They fucking keep doing it. That happens every final.
Every final.
Australian champions.
Wait. One race. Huh? There's one race. No, I don't mind waiting. I just don't.
There's no surface to it. It's not sticking anymore.
Yeah, it's getting women.
It's not the worst idea actually in the world. We are about to start the final. It is best of 9 and the score is 0-0.
The score is 0-0. Bears are winning.
They're going to lag for the break. It's funny actually, I suggested at the very start of the tournament that we do this on air, and they've actually decided to do it.
I actually won one toss today, and you know who that was against? Michael, and I lost. So
and well, it's close.
Robbo's made us a promise.
He said he's going to speed up.
I'm surprised they didn't cuddle.
Yeah, they normally do, and Robbo's been getting a bit of lap time in with the racking of the balls there. Taking some time. And well, straight away I'm not impressed. He's already taken like 30 seconds to just like, oh, I'm just going to look over there first, chalk my cue a few more times.
And prediction,
no,
Jamie?
Just, well, I said 5-2 to Robbo.
I'm going 5-3 Scerri because
you reckon he's due.
Well, he's lost the last 78 matches to him, so.
And we did do some lip reading earlier.
You know what? I reckon Scerri's going to win this one.
I reckon if winning the.
I'll probably the fucker up.
If winning the Australian singles doesn't give you a bit of self-belief that you can beat your husband, I don't know what does.
Fire up.
Oh, excuse the language from Basil Wakefield.
He's had a few beverages.
Sorry, I didn't.
Yes, you hear
It's all very private.
No, the mics pick up everything, mate.
So Robbo has first bite of the cherry again, and he's taking reds.
The reds look alright. He's Those two are dead on the cush, but you run the plant down.
I think he would have taken yellows if he could pot one, but he just wasn't on a pot, like, except for the double. But
Reds aren't bad. This is a shot to nothing, so. Well, he's still got 2 rail balls on the tightest tables in the Southern Hemisphere.
And that has sat.
And I doubt Michael will be leaving that there.
And Mick has decided that he's going to do the Usain Bolt with 8 ball and play really quick.
Mike's got to, he's got to just take that pocket, surely, with 2 balls on the cushion still. And he's
just got to be careful because you've got to overcut the yellow so you don't leave a gap.
Yeah, you play this other one first.
And the thing is, like Robbo said, I'm going to speed up, but these two are so competitive that it's very unlikely that he will.
Mate, competitive, it's not even a strong enough word for these two. I went to their housewarming when they moved in together, right? And I'm talking to these boys. We get there and they go, all right, we've got a trivia contest, a table tennis contest, a darts contest, a volleyball contest, and a pool contest. Are you fair dinkum?
No, they do like to bet on everything, or compete in everything.
It's phenomenal. I've got a brother not too far from the age, Scotty, and we were competitive, but not like these two. They're scary.
They even had a bet on who would get Susie pregnant first, but Robbo won that one.
Yeah, I don't know. DNA tests are waiting. I don't like that shot, mate.
No, I think he's trying to force the match. I really do. But look, you can just get this out and put Robbo back under the pump. But the problem is Robbo's going to have so many options available to him after the shot if he does do that.
Yeah, mind you, if he leaves the white round about there, he doesn't have a lot on. Without taking the one over the hole anyway.
You could almost still just pot it, but like, because you'd only leave the ball that's directly above the white now.
Yeah.
But he's surely not going to play this. Oh, he's going to try and cover, and this is dangerous. That's okay.
That's not horrible.
It's not a bad shot. It's a very underutilised shot, that sort of shot, where you leave the white ball hard up against the ball right over the kick.
Leave him Chinese. And there's JR. He is as far from the most proficient player of Chinese snooker shots of all time.
He is far from the most sober in the room too.
Yeah, Mr. Sausage Fingers. He's already been on his ass a couple of times tonight, so.
He's decided that he'll get a bit of airtime there, courtesy of Dan.
And he's in the old school Tiger Woods Sunday red. Well,
a little nudge off there from Robbie. Obviously didn't want to pop that ball, although it didn't really offer him. It's not really doing anything for him right now, that ball. So I guess he just isn't ready to commit yet because he wants, I guess, to plant and he wants to land right behind the red.
A very low percentage attacking shot if he wants to try and cut this in the middle. There's a chance of an out, but on these tables it's very, very difficult. What he doesn't want to do is leave him a ball to run, easy one to run back down over the bottom left.
Semi-opportunity. I think he's just going to stun into the red
Stun
as well.
into the red, yeah.
Well, he's caught it too high, missed the pot, left Robbo this shot down the rails, a shot to nothing.
He hasn't missed that by much, but it's never looked like going in on these.
So he will actually play this ball down the rails, a shot to nothing now. Doesn't go, he's got the yellow covered, does go, he's on and out, so. Not playing it yet. I think he's just going to get behind it first. And, well, that's a similar angle.
He still ends up with the same shot.
Yeah, it's probably worse.
Sure he wanted to be a bit straighter, but...
Yeah, we may see him play this ball that's above the black now.
Yeah, I reckon he'll have to. It's all over as far as JR's concerned.
I don't think he realises that ball on the rail is actually quite tough. And I'll tell you what, I'm very glad that bench is strongly screwed into the floor, because it would have gone toppling about 16 minutes ago with him leaning up against it.
And Michael drew him in the last 8. And he's miscued off the break twice and off the table. The first one didn't even touch anything. Fresh aired it. Straight into the crowd. Now you say la vie, but this ball's missable.
Yeah, it is. And it's not only that, you can't punch this in.
No,
I
that's
promise
right.
you can't. Well, it is off the rail of touch, so you can give it a little bit more than normal, but the problem is you can't just roll this in. There's no linking ball.
No, there's no way this is say la vie.
See, and Rob is aware of this. Otherwise, this would just already be punched in and back out the centre of the table.
No doubt.
And I think it's actually a little bit unfortunate for this tournament that the end of the game matches have been on these, because it hasn't allowed the showcasing of these type of shots. Well, I still think you can punch this one in because it's off the rail.
That's a very good shot.
Excellent shot.
For the viewers, that had to be so accurate it's not funny. Still got a little bit of work, but he should be able to get over behind this red now.
Yeah, he wanted to be touched straighter, but
I will say once again though, that red that's over the pocket, that's right on the jaw, so it's still missable. Well, he told us he was going to speed up. That was a dead set lie so far.
I told you, didn't I? It's too competitive. I think he's just working hard to just make sure he does everything right.
Yeah, he's got plenty to just come off the cushy.
Well, he'll be happy with that. He's fat on this now. And he's just looking right now to say, okay, if I pot this, where's the best spot to land where I can just screw up the table a little bit, be fat on the black in the middle?
Yeah, you want to bring it back almost to the cush.
I reckon you'll just bring it back a touch, just so he's not Chinese. Oh, you're right again, Butters. I actually misread the angle too, I might add.
That's fair enough. We'll let you off.
And, well, I would have liked a little bit, but don't suppose
it's a lot straighter than it looks. It's only 3/4 ball. One Robbo.
Well, it's faster than these other frames were in the previous match.
Well, I would think so. I think we were about 3-2 when they got to 1-love. Yeah, Craig's done well today. He just fell short.
You might not have drank enough free water.
Would it?
Yeah.
Still not sure what that was. Alright, excuse me.
Just go back to that other camera angle for a sec, Dan. Have a look at his head. Oh, he's turned.
And a dry break from Skizzer. He will be
filthy.
He'll be less than very happy, that's for sure.
Have a look at his head, would you?
Yellow's the balls. Red's
Look
the
at
balls.
his head. He has got the stabiliser out in the form of a big forearm.
Yeah, it's, there's happy feet.
Just in case any of the Tassie boys are watching. That's a true indication of what the stabiliser can really do.
Yellow's the balls, Jamie. Open this one up above these two.
If he gets a shot right, big chance to win the frame. Nice accurate pot and looking good.
Yeah. Almost take the one next to the black now. Get better on the one on the rail. It's not really covering the black anyway, so I don't know why you'd leave it there. Just go straight back to this cushion. Something along those lines.
Yeah, just underplayed a touch, but shouldn't be a problem. You can screw centre table and he's got options.
He might even be able to hold.
I think if he just gets sort of in line with the pink spot, because I think that yellow goes to the middle past the red. I could be wrong. If it doesn't, then you want to hold. But
he's just having a look at the yellow is just lining up the one next to the right hand middle. Just seeing if he can cut it in from behind those reds.
Yeah, this out's obviously all the balls are on, but it's one of those ones where, like, you know, a couple of balls you'd like to play in the middle, but it's not as accessible, so you've got to play them longer to the corner.
Yeah, well, the top left one, when he plays that, it's going to be half ball because he can't get straight on it because of the reds, and then he has to play the yellow in the middle on the right hand side. So, oh, he might be alrighty.
I think he's perfect.
Yeah, but has he got enough angle to get across?
I think the shot you just said, but as he drops this in, plays you.
Well, this goes in the middle.
That's what I was saying.
Oh, yeah, I didn't realise that. Oh,
now
geez.
you play your shot, stun across, get on the ball in the middle.
And JR's called it again. And he's
JR's actually decided to do his own commentary.
It's hard to concentrate on the commentary when he's yelling out the shots at us.
Yeah, he's actually just giving Robbo the coaching out.
Mick is laughing his ass off sitting there watching because JR's sitting 2 metres from him.
Robbo's taking another 2 hours to fucking go out now because he's got to refocus himself.
Yes, thank you, Woofer. We play this game and we're pretty handy at it too.
Trying to work out
Thanks,
how we
mate.
put all 3 of them in the middle, actually. Ah.
Yeah, it's okay. He's got plenty of angle. Mate, I'm not happy about the t-shirt.
Oh, well, I actually made a comment about it earlier that when he was struggling a bit. I thought someone might want to go out there and just grab the wheel and steady the ship.
Yeah, what does it say, you know?
Oh,
Scerri's me partner and I'm a sailor.
Well, it could be something like that. I've just got back from sea. Hug me.
Thank you, Mother, for the rabbits. Thank you, Rex.
This is actually a bit more angle than he wanted.
This reminds me of playing the Good Friday Comp final with him commentating. All right, we'll just hang up the headphones. And
I've never said anything like it.
I have, but it's usually been him.
I'm actually trying to work out if this is what I was like when I commentated Big Guns that year when I was blind.
No, mate. It was nothing like this, and I was sitting next to you.
I actually went back and listened to myself. I actually thought I was amazing.
Yeah, that's probably because you had 20 wild turkeys before you went back and listened to yourself. Now,
No,
this is
I
this is
think I
interesting.
was all right.
Well, JR has just made us aware that he should have played that differently.
He's Super Coach
If
5000.
he had done it like JR said, everything would have turned out fine. He can't speak English, but he still calls a good game.
He does. He is the Super Coach 5000. Yeah, I have upgraded to the 9000 series. You know, this is actually tricky.
Robbo right at the moment, he's thinking, this is really going to hurt him if I get this.
Well, Mick.
Scerri's doing calisthenics to warm up. I'm not sure how to react to this.
Oh, he's missed that by a fair way.
He's, I'll tell you what he's done though. He's covered the correct ball.
Yeah, he has. I'll tell you what else he's done, Pete.
I'll just rephrase that, Jamie. He's covered jack shit.
Oh, so
Red goes under that. You could drive a truck through there.
Well, I'll tell you what he has done, and that's prolong the frame. That means I have to wait an extra couple more minutes at least to get food.
Yeah, I know. My Macca's just went 20 minutes further away from me.
Well, I'm going to go and have one full.
One what?
One full. One full. Mick's going to have a half, I think he told me. At Chipetta's or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I'm all about trying that again. Colby's going to kill me because I probably should have left by now, but I'm so hungry and I've been dying to eat this again since Golden Q 2 years ago.
Golden Q, that would be your
only win ever.
Big tournament victory, Jamie.
Only win ever.
Well, you know what's really sad for me this weekend, don't you? It's the anniversary of my big tournament win, and they cancelled it. Seriously, I mean, how rough is that?
That is pretty.
I win a major tournament. Joel says, cannot have a guy that cues out of his ear winning my tournament. I'm not running it again.
Tell you what, though, I'm going to make the call that it wasn't a major tournament because I wasn't there, because I think I got stuck at a wedding.
Yeah, but you were nice enough to, at least during the speeches at the wedding, watch me play in the semi and final.
That is true. I did have the iPad out, courtesy of Pikey, I believe.
Well, mate, it was my, as you know, it's my drinking anniversary this weekend every year, 10th of November. So, being that anniversary, I thought it was my choice to do what the hell I wanted to do, which turned out to be a very good option.
It did. And Robbo's actually screwed here, basically.
Yeah. So, sorry if we just float away from the commentary now and then, because there's really not much to talk about here.
No, he's just going to kill this red a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, he's actually not played that how he wanted to, but he knows that if he puts it on the rail, it's actually really hard to pot.
Yeah, and I really appreciate Robert coming over to us before the match and saying, I'm really going to speed things up. So you go, you bloody excitement machine.
Yeah, you are the Usain Bolt of pool, Robbo.
I mean, it's not often I get the adrenaline pumping while I'm commentating, but
I don't know whether it's Usain Robertson or Marc Bolt.
Yeah, he's hit that pretty well. Should probably separate these two in the middle. Michael basically telling JR to go away then. Now there's a really big call. JR's gone out on a limb and said Michael's going to win this frame.
That is after he said that the frame was over a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, this is very true. I think as soon as Marc missed that black, and it went to about $1.02 for Scerri to win it.
Thinking about how we went out there, I actually think he went the wrong way. Looks not taking any chances. He wants to make sure he gets the frame on the board.
But once again, JR's telling us 1-1. I think we will believe him this time.
I think Robbo's got to pot the red over the hole, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Do you know what? That's actually pointless. I'm actually coming across the table and I'm hitting the black. If I pot the red, who cares? It's no worse than anything else that can possibly happen right now.
I'll tell you what you could do. You just play that inside the red. You kick the black across the cushion. Maybe jam another red onto a cushion. You leave a couple of rail balls.
That's just smashing it, just hoping that you kill all the balls.
Hoping that two balls land on a cushion. Black's going straight across the top cushion.
I think he's playing a face cut double, is he? Onto the back
I've
of the
no
black.
idea.
No, he's just decided to play.
Yeah, he's just pushing them to cushions. Yeah. All that's going to do is slow stuff down. Come on, Michael.
The thing is, he's got a plant here.
You just cut that one up the cush.
See, if I'm in the final, I'm feeling pretty good about myself by now. And so I'm actually having a dip at this.
Absolutely. At least send some sort of message that you're going to have a crack at them.
But I think if anyone's going to be slower with the two, it's going to be Mick, because he really, he needs to get the monkey off his back, so to speak, you know. So he doesn't want to take any chances. He wants to win the match.
Yeah, but he thinks he might think he can do that, slowing it down, and I don't believe that to be the case.
I shouldn't say slowing it down, but just taking no risks. You know, like absolutely make sure. He's obviously having a dip here. He just wants to make sure that he's absolutely 100%.
telling us how to commentate. It's getting a little bit scary. He wants to tell the audience how Robbo can win this frame.
Because he can't.
And he cannot win this frame.
There is a way that Robbo can win this frame, and that is requiring Mick to
Scerri
chop
gives him
up.
the biggest strawberry of all time. I'd bet one of my kidneys that he will not.
I've got to say though, I'm actually not. I don't agree with how he's gone. That ball that he just eliminated, I'd have been using it to play inside and get some separation between black and red. So
He's still got 2 shots, hasn't he?
He has, but
so you put this over the hole if you want. You get 2. Mate, how does it go wrong?
I just would have preferred to not have to sort of nudge this, red near the black.
Why not play down here and then play the one down the rail?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I just think he's gone about it wrong, is all I'm saying. I think Robbo will be looking at this now going, oh, you know what, it could be a small sniff to get back here.
If he pots this one now, comes back, pots the one in front of the black.
Yeah, but I don't think it's on direct, is it?
No, the arms are up in the air.
I don't think it pots like direct. If it does, then yeah, I'll take back everything I've said. But to me, it looks like you've got to nudge it a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
So Robbo's probably thinking to himself, you know what, I could get back to the table here. I might not be in a very good spot, but I could at least get back.
He's had a crack at this.
He's missed
I don't mind it because it was a shot to nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
If it works, you win. Doesn't, you still probably win. Just roll up and double kiss it if you want. Make it right on.
I don't like that shot because it allows Robbo to just smash it and try and get some kind of jag.
But if it is on that jaw, you might still snooker him. Like that.
Yes, that's a pretty good shot.
Yeah.
And there's actually like absolutely nothing you can do here except maybe just push it wide into the jaw and.
They must have some sort of edge on it.
Well, if you can hit it, you can fluke it.
Might double in the middle.
Tell you what, though,
won't double in the middle.
If he does somehow find a way to pot this match is over.
If he finds a way to take longer, we're going to have a word to him. If you can nick it and just bring it out a bit, it just makes it harder for Scerri to pot out.
If he's jacking up, this white ball's a big chance to go for tail if he smashes this. So.
What about a big arc in the middle pocket? He tried one of these earlier and it didn't work.
Oh, look at this. That is in. That is a super shot, but he somehow popped the red. You can't work out how he has popped the red.
He spotted the red because the black's gone off.
Did you replay that one, Dan? Here we go. Let's have a look at this.
He's hit the red first.
Yeah, he has till he fouled. So
you
hit the red first, Robbo.
Robbo, you hit the red first. You cut it in.
Get the red. Yeah.
We've got action replay now.
Yeah. Thank you, Action Replay, the new software from
Mitch just
Dan.
said it's a crap shot. Bad
CueballTV is awesome.
That was actually one of the best shots I've ever seen too, except for the foul.
CueballTV just got awesomer.
Look at this, and just a little nick you'll see on the red to make it move.
Yeah.
And that actually tells you the shot probably wasn't even on unless he had to swerve it.
So at the end of the day, he wouldn't have potted it without hitting the red first. So
That's right.
yeah, it looked like an awesome shot.
It did
but
look
no,
great.
Sorry, mate, not.
And another picture of that head. No good. It's like a commercial. Don't drink, kids.
And you even get the mirror, so you can watch Marc's arse and his front while he's breaking. That's exciting. And just to make things take longer, he's got the blake in off the break. Good on you. Well done, Speedy. I think someone needs to take the big fella home.
I actually just wonder what's going through his head at the moment.
Not a lot, I would imagine. All right, 1-1. Both our predictions are still alive.
I think my prediction might have been a bit stupid, actually.
No, we'll probably, going on history, you probably wouldn't be.
5-3 might sound better. Another big break there from Robbo. Dan decided to not
Nearly
show
got
us.
a black again. All right, how can he slow this down?
Oh. There is a red.
Considering his last two breaks, the white ball didn't actually hit anything but fresh air, I can imagine how it would be hard for him to understand how all the balls would go at the other end.
God, he's just sent me a message asking if Jazz is asleep on the bench seat. Not quite, but he's actually doing a good job of armchair commentating.
Yeah. Thanks, Cole. Can you ring him and tell him to shut up? That'd be great.
Shout out to my lovely, almost wife, Cole. May as well be your wife.
Can't zoom back in.
Oh,
we've had camera difficulties.
So we're basically stuck with this view because we've got some technical issues where we can't actually get to the overhead.
Robert's trying to get the yellows on the
May have to kill the feed and start again.
This is difficult. Michael's on reds, is he? No, he's on yellows.
Anybody that tries to do this streaming gig, this is what happens. You try and stream porn at the same time as CueballTV.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
You can't swap views.
And even harder to concentrate on the game. He's actually not looking too bad here, Michael. But the two on the cush that he can play the plant down inside that red. And they're just about all there.
Yeah, I think they are, mate. To be honest, they're practically all over the hole.
Yeah.
Except that one that's near the black's actually on the cushion, so it's actually tricky. But at least there's linking balls this time for roll-ins, so...
Yeah. Well, he can take this plant. Yeah, you probably want to leave the one near the middle. No, it's not really a link-up ball, it's past the pocket, so take it now. Take the plant down the rail if it goes, beautiful. Continue on, son.
Oh, I'm on drugs, sorry, Butters. I thought he was on reds.
No yellows, mate. But you're all good.
They're not as good as reds, but they're all right.
All right. Few people making exits. Craig Stevens.
They're absolutely filthy with Dan not being able to change the camera angle from they're not even watching. So Mick is...
He's trying to... Yeah, well, he might try and get rid of this now. No, you got to leave it. You got to leave it. Looks like he's taking it though. Take the one in the corner, the one in the middle, and then play the plant.
Actually, that plant's not bad because of the red there, yeah.
It's just the one shot, Jamie. The plant drops and he's in very good shape here.
Yeah, it's all about this next shot coming up.
Just wants to get the white right over under the cushion here.
Tell you what though, it wouldn't hurt his cause if he did hit the red and move it to the rail too, just to make sure that the pocket's wide open in case the other yellow's sort of in the vicinity.
He's probably a little bit shorter than he wanted to be because if you're on the cushion here, you don't have to play the plant inside out. Now he will. And it also allows you to control the white better and not worry about sneaking in behind it.
Right guys, I think we're going to just restart, so you're going to lose feed because we just need to obviously get you a better picture than the one we've got now. restart the machine. There we go. Now we have a view that you're more used to seeing. All right.
Wouldn't put past that. No, she didn't. I can tell you that.
Right, guys, you should now be able to see the view that you're used to seeing. Probably have been able to for a minute or so now. And Mick has allowed Robbo to get back into this frame. You really needed to play the black off 2 cushions back up this end of the table. Can't believe this is 1-all. That's a very nice shot. That is, well, I thought that was actually straight in, but instead it's just found its way to the rail a little bit. Robbo won't be absolutely flyingly happy about that, but he will be happy that he still has quite a high margin of control in this frame.
How we going, big fella?
Well, I think, oh wow, what a shot. That was a massive attempt.
Almost the best result of all time, but he's got the black tip.
He has, and that, I'll tell you what a turnaround that is, because that shot was absolutely crazy.
That's enormous. That's a butter shot. That's something stupid that I'd go for. Hopefully O'Sullivan, he's less annoying. Yes, I believe it was a great shot, JR. Watch Robbo do here, mate.
Well, he can get on the black, so I still think you're committing to the out here. It's just obviously it's one good positional shot, and I think you've got your 2 reds on the right side of the table there. You eliminate one, screw back, play the plant, pot that ball, and then you've got get yourself an angle to basically play the shot off the side cushion and then off the other side cushion land behind it. That way you don't have to do any fancy with the white, it's just natural angle running the ball in instead. It's all pace.
Sounds pretty good.
But he's just eliminated that ball off suggested straight away.
So where he's landed, he's going to have to take the one over the hole now. He won't be happy with that position. think he was hoping to come up and play the one in the middle in the same pocket,
See, a lot
then
of
run
people,
across for the one on the rail.
a lot of people would leave this ball on the left-hand side till last to screw up the rail, but that is actually such a
Very-
harder shot to control than playing the ball off two.
Very tough to judge the pace.
And, well, he's going to leave his ball centre table till last.
That's all right. It's a little bit angle. He can just punch it out.
Actually, you know what? This shot's actually probably the best out of the lot. Now that I've analysed this properly, as long as he gets an angle, he can just stun straight up. He's got like a huge area to land in comparison to coming off two, where the yellow could come into play.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Yes. JR's trying to tell us what's going on, but we know.
I don't think it's the biggest out of all time,
I
but
think the biggest out of all time would have been if Scerri had got the plan in then, in the last shot.
yeah, he's actually got a very good angle here. The key to this, just avoid the in off the middle. If you just avoid the in off the middle past the middle, you're actually going to land perfect on the black. Actually, you probably want to come down touch
All about the speed.
And
It's good enough.
But this is actually still a pretty tough shot.
Still a tough shot, but it's a shot. It's a good enough opportunity that you can back yourself to knock it in.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, that shot that Mick played, even though it's potentially costing the frame here, it was a massive effort. And he only just missed the double too. And that's in.
It's a good shot.
And I take nothing away from Mick for playing that shot, because he got himself from basically an unwinnable position to a
chance. Well, he's put himself in a position where Robbo's had to play a great finish to beat him. So 2-1 Marc. Michael to break.
2-1.
2-1, both playing well. JR still barely speaking English.
Yeah, who's dropping him off OMU?
Don't you even mention that to him, we're going to have a problem, mate.
Yeah, I think Scerri just opened his wallet and Moff just went by.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good break.
Very good break.
Oh, and he's landed. If that stops.
Yellow is the balls to take. And this is just all about just being composed and playing good little positional shots. There's nothing really hard about this out.
You could take the one up the top, but because he hasn't potted a yellow, I think you'll take an easier one.
I think he has put one in.
Oh, if he's on this. No, there's one sitting over the hole there.
Oh, yep, you're right. I didn't even actually see that. How well am I going?
This is alright, you just stun this in and take the long one. So all things being equal, should be 2-all. No, he's not going that way. Yeah, it's probably a bit straighter than he wanted, but that'll do. No, he wants better angle to get closer to the one up the top. So just roll this in, coming out off the cush a little bit. He might have actually overdone it this time.
I think you can hold the wide okay though, so there's a little soft screw. These soft screws are the sort of shot that if you're actually cueing badly, they're impossible to play.
Yeah,
if you're cueing really well, they're just the simplest shot of all time, and it just broadens your range of shots incredibly.
Yeah, you've got to be timing the ball well. Yeah, if you're trying to force him, you can get him wrong by a long way.
Well, there you
Oh,
go.
he's held it nicely. I cannot understand one word that's coming out of that bloke's mouth.
Oh, I'm catching the F-bomb a few times. So you'll want to get on the side rails as close as possible.
He will. Oh no.
Well, I actually thought
I reckon he's alright to just screw out. Be careful. You catch it a bit thin and it could make things awkward. Mind you, even if he catches the red in the way out, he's still going to be on. That's a very good shot.
Yeah, very nice, and he will level up at 2-all and prolong the agony that is my hunger.
And he smashes that into the back of the brass.
So one day he's going to do that, and it's going to, Brenton Collier's going to happen to him, where it jumps out of the pocket, and he'll never do it again.
Will he do a Brenton Collier and throw his cue 55 feet in the air and catch it one end?
And I've just been informed. Give a shout out to Balls. Balls is online. He's watching.
Hello, Balls. How you doing, mate? Sure he's enjoying Spring Racing Carnival.
He loves his Spring Racing Carnival. I actually listened to him on the radio the other day because he does a bit of radio talk, and I said, give me a shout out, and he very neatly put my name into a sentence and told some bloke that I told him he was walking home. It was quite funny.
He's become a good pool supporter.
He has.
Graces with his presence on the Gold Coast for 5-6 days.
Darwin, you mean?
That's what I said. You just heard wrong. So did every viewer. You know, one hot place is the same as another. All right, everyone keep your eyes on JR just in case he goes down.
I tell you, I'm surprised that table hasn't toppled over.
Yeah, it's sliding.
There'll be a roll on that table now for sure.
Robbo to break 2-all.
Bang. Nothing.
Oh, he hasn't timed it as well as his last few, but it's sat there.
Tell you what, these clusters that are forming on the sides of the cushions are really starting to annoy me.
Yeah, unfortunately for Michael, you probably want reds here.
Yeah, and he's not having them.
There's no probably. You definitely want reds
Absolutely.
here.
Well, they're all on.
Can he knock this in and get under these bottom ones and open those ones up in the middle pocket on the left-hand side?
It's a big shot. I'm actually not against just landing on the one that's on the left and just going into them that way.
Yeah.
The other problem with this, though, when you go into this pack, there's a really decent chance that one of the yellows is going to stay on the rail because they're stuck, and you're only going to push something out. And
Yeah.
You've got to get the right contact from behind, off the cushion first.
He's going to have to try something because they're horrible.
And the red goes as well. It's near the yellows, so all the reds are actually on. I mean, he could take the big pot on to the red, to the corner. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to take yellows and if you miss, you're going to get pot out anyway. You might as well take the reds, and if you pot it, you get the chance to go out.
Yeah, I still don't mind having a crack at yellows. Just got to get some movement really early while you've still got options. Certainly thinking long and hard over it.
Not only is Balls watching, but apparently the new greatest pool player in Australia, Nick Young's online, calling me chicken arms. You should see this guy. Mate, you keep working, you'll get to 7.5 kg dumbbells in no time, mate.
Nick Young, I don't know, mate. In Darwin, I believe that's where we went. That's a foul. He was looking pretty fit out by the pool. There's a Australian pool calendar waiting to happen right there.
Oh, there was.
A summer month for sure.
But we are hitting the gym though. Although I've just been informed he's been on the sauce the last 3 nights in a row. That's not going to be obvious, course. But he thinks because he's drank all low carbs beers, it's all fine.
Oh yeah, no worries.
So Nick Young.
I haven't commentated anything since the Nationals. I'll tell you, Nick Young, what an absolute superstar for his first Nationals.
He was good. And I can give you the mail, he's still playing well too.
I don't think it's going to change in the near future. Played like a veteran of Nationals.
There's a good chance if Balls and Nick are watching, that means Jake McCartney's probably watching as well.
Jake who?
That guy with a really large head.
Is that the bloke we sang to last weekend?
It might have been that I wasn't there for. Just in case the viewers weren't aware, Jake McCartney's birthday was on last weekend and had a very excellent stripper experience. That's all we're going to say about that.
Yeah, we'll leave that one alone.
So this is God, this is so typical at the moment on this
Just going to
table.
stun this and then play the red inside the yellow in the middle.
Has he still got two?
Well, he's played 2 shots.
There's 2 reds gone, so he must have 2 still.
Yeah, good chance.
And opens up red to the centre.
Yeah, it's worked out pretty well.
I think this is the shot where he's going to use his 2. He's just going to play off top side of this.
About half
red
ball.
and just open up the other red as well.
Half ball on the yellow, make sure he gets enough movement on the red behind the yellow, and probably check the white up so he's still on the one in the middle pocket on the other side. Unless he wants to play around the table, I don't think he needs to. No, he's doing nothing of the sort.
No, he's looking at the long ball, I think, which if you've got an action like his, there probably isn't an issue.
If he does knock this in, he can have a free dip at the one down. The red we were looking at near the middle pocket. Near the...
Oh, he's missed, has it?
No, I don't know how that's gone in. Now we can have a crack at this and
This
try
is
and open
actually
the red
perfect.
up.
The angle he's got is absolutely spot on.
Yeah, with 2 shots, he's... well, it's still difficult to get that red out from this angle.
I think you can actually force this and just put... If he catches the yellow full ball, it'll just naturally push the red up to the cushion.
A little bit of danger in it. Yeah, that was always the problem.
Yeah, I thought he screwed off it a touch rather than forcing through it.
He's still got 2. So he's just got to try and work out a way of getting these open in one shot and leaving himself on the other one. So it looked like he was thinking about nicking it, doubling it out off the cushion and holding the white on the yellow that he's in line with. Which is not a bad option.
I actually would be potting. I'd be potting the ball over the centre and playing the back double.
Yeah, but you guarantee yourself a shot this way.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not awesome, but it's not bad. Still a bit of work to do.
As long as he's got enough angle to get out clean of that yellow.
I've just been told Jay McCarthy is not viewing because he is soft and went to bed.
Well, considering he got about 28 minutes sleep last weekend, I don't blame him.
He's probably got to work for the first day in 4 weeks tomorrow.
No, you want to be fresh when you're saving lives, mate.
That's right. And that's a very, very good control shot.
Great shot. Stun it, do absolutely nothing with the white.
Even the great Nick Young would have been proud of that shot.
3-2 Robbo.
Once the outs have actually been made, they've been pretty good outs. It's just taking some time to get to them at the moment.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, that out took quite some time, and that was actually the second shot into the frame other than the break.
Well, look, it was a bad mistake from Scerri. He thought, you know, the balls are crap. I'm not even going to have a dip at them. I'll just roll up and not open all these up, and he's not hit a cool. So that's a pretty bad error from the Australian champion.
It is.
I mean, Robbo was Australian champion too, but that's 2 years ago, 3 years ago. No one cares anymore. Michael Scerri, poor bastard, he wins the Australian Championship, Australian singles, and he comes home and he's not even the best player in his house. It's very unlucky.
He'll believe he is.
Yeah. Well, what he believes, it doesn't necessarily make it true.
Big break again.
And zip down.
And wow.
Geez, the reds look good. Yellows look good. Everything looks good.
Yeah, I actually like reds if I've got an easy opener.
Well, if you cut that in the middle, glance off the other one, probably hold the white out in the middle of the table somewhere. Probably okay. Doesn't really have a starter on yellows.
What is chance to whether they win? You should know.
No, you're right. I actually thought it was yellow pass, but it doesn't.
No. Well, now JR and Barry Wakefield are having a conversation, mate. And if you can make one iota of sense out of that, you are a smarter man than I am. Between the two of them, they've got no idea what's going on with the English language at the moment.
Neither of them have got their subtitles on either.
No.
So unusual.
Well,
So that yellow
that
was
did
on.
go. Mate, what's going on? You actually went over and had a look at that and still didn't think it went.
I popped my head across. And didn't think it was on. Right, here we go. Just the one on the back cushion. Yeah, just any angle will do, just so he can come back out for his.
Doesn't look awesome, but he's got enough to just bump out. Not a big fan though. Where are those yellows going? In the middle of the table, Jamie?
I reckon one passes to this corner, where the wide is.
I think.
See you, mate.
Thanks for playing.
No worries, Baz. Cheers, mate. Thank you for running the tournament. I think he can play one of those yellows off the, looks like the middle of the four reds, over the other centre pocket.
He's cleaning the white. He wants to get this shot right.
Yeah, I think that the bottom yellow of the two, he can play off that red from that angle there. You can see it.
Yeah, I'm still thinking he's actually going to just try and land, get position and land on a long pot. But I could be wrong because that left hand of the two probably doesn't go.
Well, we'll find out very shortly.
He's looking at your shot now, Butters.
Sorry, mate.
No surprises there. He's looking at your shot now.
Who would have thunk it?
That's right.
Oh, he's hit that like a princess.
He is hit that like I need 9 nice times.
He certainly has. Geez, he doesn't look happy. And fair enough, why would you? He's come up off that.
Yeah, he's just tried to drag it and on whoopers.
Skizzer will be going, thank you very much for the opportunity I shouldn't have had. And the Reds are pretty damn good now.
Yeah, and this was the danger. These sort of frames are, when you're not flying, are actually tough frames to play where you commit to an out and you know that if you miss, you probably, like, you're out. The other person's going to probably have an easy out as well.
Yeah. Well, Skizzer really doesn't have any issues here. Just got it's one of those outs where it's all easy, provided you keep landing on the right side of the balls.
Yeah, all those balls over the middle look all really basic, but you're right, you need to transition from one to the next to the next.
Yeah, as soon as you land the wrong side of one, it makes it a lot harder.
It's going to sound too strange to you, but is that red that's just above the black's actually a bit trickier than it first appeared?
Yeah, it is.
Don't think it passes.
Is he playing? He's going to hold on these yellows here. I want to make sure he catches the top one, which he has.
Yeah, he's okay to start off this little drill.
May want to try and get on this red here now. Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely the
trickiest
trickiest
one.
ball.
As soon as that's gone, you're laughing.
Yeah.
Now, although I say that, he takes this one now, the middle of the reds, gets on this, makes the transition harder to get on that top ball.
Exactly right. That's actually perfect.
That's a great shot.
And we've actually had to quieten right down because all the ruckus has left the room. It's dead silent in here now.
Yeah, it's almost eerie. Might just hold hands, Jamie. Be quiet.
A bit scared.
Making me uncomfortable.
So Mick's just working out here. Obviously he knows that he needs to get high on the table after this next ball, so he's just working at the
it's
angle.
like I was saying, as soon as you take that last one he took, it makes the transition a lot harder.
It's perfect.
That's
as well.
good. Just got to stun out a little bit. Make sure you don't go anywhere past that yellow.
You want to be on the ball that he's looking at now first, because that's much easier, harder to get onto the black than the other red will be.
Just got to be a little bit careful.
Just any cannon on that yellow, fine.
Keeping in mind the playing these three reds, your natural pocket for the black's covered.
So I actually want to land on a cut to the middle, rather than like not a blind cut, but a cut where I'm coming off the side, cushion back out again.
Yeah, you control the speed easy.
Yeah, and then you can play he's just.
And that's what I was saying you wanted to avoid. You didn't want to get past that yellow.
I actually thought he was cannoning a full ball, so I've misread that. I think he's forced to go up and down now.
Well, yeah, he's got no option. And it's a horrible angle to do that too. I might be alright, just a little bit of running side. Don't hide behind the same yellow. You see that well, but it's very difficult to get on the black.
No, I think he's okay. I think he's actually... Well, he does have to play with a fair bit of left-hand side, but it's not that hard a shot.
Yeah. It's not ideal.
I reckon you'll see he's okay after this. There you go, he forced across.
And
no side at all. Just wanted to force it.
He's lucky he didn't roll another 3 inches, which would have been a better potting angle, but he'd be queuing over the yellow.
I reckon this is hitting bottom cushion then yellow as well.
This is him. He doesn't miss
actually,
those.
I was going to say, he's very good at scoring off those
He plays those shots very well. 3-3, ladies and gentlemen.
Robbo, you reckon me 5-3 prediction?
Robbo's just lifted the head and played an absolute fairy shot there.
Look at that boat, stubby on the bench, proud as punch. That's a
who's holding who up there?
Maybe it wasn't a good out. I thought it was. You know me, wasn't it? Just standing.
They're all rolling.
No. Seriously, who's taking Joe home?
Robbo's just done a very quiet Russell Yulton, gone into the dunnies and had a yell at himself. It was one of my favourite all-time commentary moments, that one, Jamie.
I actually need to go back and listen to that because that was hilarious.
How good was that? Russell, they're not soundproof in there, mate.
And
the whole place heard him. It was brilliant.
On the presentation night, I gave him a little one in the back, and he gave me the bird. He wasn't happy.
That was very, very funny stuff. Semi-final of the Masters singles.
He was playing JR, I think.
Yeah.
And now look at JR now.
And that's probably why he was angry. All right, Robbo breaking 3-all. Bit of back and forth going on here. Oh, he's got a nice kick.
He popped the yellow anyway, but
mate,
look at these reds.
If he takes more than 2.5 minutes to pot these, I'm going to lose me crap.
But this is how you would put the balls if you just wanted to, like, get your confidence up and get an easy out.
Yeah, this is a training drill. I'm going to say it, this actually can't go wrong.
It's pretty hard, but it can, but it's pretty hard. No, Nick Young, I will not tell Buff to sing his We Only Sing When We're Winning song.
Yeah. Thanks, Nick, and if you text him to do that and you start singing it, you're going to cop one in the chops when Jamie gets back to Ballarat.
And this is, well...
He's just got to drop it in dead weight. Don't have to do anything with
play one of those fairy drag shots where he doesn't reach.
No, just roll it.
Now I had to come off that cushion.
Well, and all of a sudden, this is tougher because this can skid in between the two yellows. This is go wrongable, Jamie.
Right, it can too. Can go high. I think he's clipping the first yellow high, isn't he?
I'm really happy with that new word, go wrongable.
Yeah, I used a stupid word before as well. It made no sense to anyone but me.
Should go sit with JR. Everything he said in the last 45 minutes has made no sense to anyone but him.
I did like the word that Brett came up with. I can't remember who told me, but it might have been Tim Shelton, the word stromocular. Stromocular.
Oh, that was a sensational word.
That's good. What does that mean?
It means nothing.
It's a good
That is
recovery
a very
shot.
good shot.
4-3 Robbo. As he gets a kick. All good.
So Mick quickly gets a triangle down and says, "Get away from there, I'm breaking."
So when he came over to us earlier and said, "Guys, I'm going to try and speed up," he whispered as he walked off for one frame. Very, very sneaky. Skills will just be praying for a ball here.
He will. Otherwise, 5-3.
Just give me a chance.
It's imminent.
Well, your score's out the window anyway.
I changed it to 5-3.
Now mine is too after that frame, so. Alright. Big moment.
Yeah, don't worry about the Australian title. Scerri has a chance
Get
to beat
something in
Robbo.
the hole. Yeah.
The old knee bend, he's done the Donny Colbert.
Well, mate, I tell you, he was praying, and they're the ones you wanted too, so. He's only got one ball to move.
Yeah, forget the Australian title.
Yeah, look at this. One of the last balls moving. Yeah, they're pretty tricky. If this one goes, what's he looking at? The plant yellow onto the black.
I think he's looking at maybe like the extraction, what can happen. He needs to pot a ball first. Oh no, he's potted yellow, my bad.
Yeah, he's got one. Can cut this over, but the white's running away from everything.
I actually thought he was on the top of the two in the middle too.
He could well be. But if you can get this out now.
You can't see Robbo in the background, but he's studying his cue very intently. He could pot it.
Alright.
And Robbo's decided, I'm going to put a roll on that table.
Yeah, no respect for the tables.
No wonder I lost on that table today.
Yeah,
How many times he does that every week?
The rubber's peeling off the cushion because of Robbo's arse on it. Alright, is he having a crack here?
This is actually a tough shot. No,
He's
he's
laying up. Not a bad shot.
In the circumstances.
Kerry must be ringing JR. I don't know who else would call him at this time of night on a Sunday.
And JR's been very smart there. He's answered the phone with yo instead of hello, which is a 2-syllable word.
Keep it simple, Jamie. Oh, look at this. He's giving him pretty good opportunity here. If he can cut this, Jamie, knock this one in here, and he just needs a nudge on that red. Yellow will kick to the cushion, he'll have a shot on it.
Yeah, you're right. This is a big chance, actually.
And it's, you know, you can still keep control of everything with it. Well, I was right, it was Kerry.
She's going off.
Yeah. Standard.
Oh, he's laying up again.
He is.
I'm actually surprised about that.
He's done it well.
Yeah, that's perfect. If you ever want to lay a ball up, that's exactly how you want to land it.
Mind you, they're pretty easy pockets to cover, Jamie. You just got to try and pop balls at dead weight.
The good thing about this shot is he really hasn't left anything on for Robbo at all to play.
Robbo's in a lot of shit here. Anything he does is pretty much going to make it easier for Mike. So.
I don't think he can afford to pot the yellow over the kick either.
It could be a couple of minutes, his shot.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. See, situations like this, I don't mind the delayed time. It's when the balls are a bit on and it takes ages. When you're hungry, it's annoying.
Yeah, when you're playing Robbie and 9-ball, and you got the option of one ball and either pot it or go safety, and you take 7 minutes, it gets a bit annoying.
Yeah,
I honestly think he should be banned.
Yeah, I think that time's come and gone. They've let it go for too long. That's right. Just no 9-ball on CueballTV anymore.
Well, I mean, you take that long, it hurts the game, hurts the sport. No one's entertained. Kills the game.
I won't commentate it. Yeah, that's a good effort. That's all he could do. He couldn't move anything down here because anything he moves is making it easier for Michael. So.
Yeah, he's just made sure he's put some distance. Oh, and I make a lot of these comments about fast point. I'm not exactly the fastest bloke in Australia, but I have sped up a lot over the years.
Your style of game's not real fast, but you're not slow around the table.
Yeah, I do make decisions pretty quickly.
Whether they be wrong or right.
If the decision making is anything like what I say in the commentary, I'm picking the wrong shot about 94% of the time. And Mick has tried to go in and well,
this is stiff.
Actually really stiff.
Yeah, that is very stiff. Mind you, still a lot of work there. You back him to go from here or not?
Depends if his plant's on it, whether the two stuck together. No, it's not. And just a replay of how probably unfortunate. I mean, to be brutal, he actually should have cannoned them on the way through. He's cannoned them on the way back out. So he gets any kind of contact on that off back cushion, doesn't get any near enough.
If Robert can play this one in the middle, get movement on these and leave himself any kind of shot on him, he's looking good.
You know, right though, Butters, I think that's what he's going to play for.
Yeah, I think that's well and truly your best option.
That's almost jawed out that ball. I think he's too straight, is he?
Yeah, he is now. Definitely. It was a pretty average shot that happened to look pretty good. You're just going to have to take the one in the corner, one in the middle fine angle, sorry. You'll be pretty straight on it.
Yeah, I think this can go very wrong.
He'll have to stun the one in the middle, leave himself a bit of angle, then get down into him. No? Oh, I'm confused. I don't have a clue what's going on now. Just going to try and open him up now. This is dangerous.
I think this is actually a shot.
Yeah, but always a chance of killing one. I reckon it's on. Bless you.
Yeah, he's actually landed beautiful because this was really.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward this shot.
How do you suppose?
How do I suppose? Well,
he pots this in plain ball and he comes back out and he's on the other red.
Yeah, but it could be slightly awkward bridging.
I think he's okay. I actually expect him to take the match here.
Don't get me wrong, I still expect him to get it, but it's being awkward. It's still missable. He's alright, he's digging in.
No, you were right.
Well,
why doesn't he play that plain ball
say,
side cushion back out?
He wanted to get rid of these, get on that ball as quick as he could, but well, I said it was miserable, and he missed it.
And you can see Robert rubbing his eyes there. He's pretty tired.
Michael would be pretty happy now, mate. He wouldn't have expected to get back then.
No, he would have thought match was over. That
he won't be playing any safety here.
No, in fact, I'm surprised he hasn't already put out. Like,
There's nothing to go wrong here. Roll this down, you're on the one in the middle. Although he may leave that till last, but didn't want that in. Oh.
I think that's fine. He's got a perfect angle to stun.
Run through him between the black and red, or just stun back.
If he actually has a natural angle to just get a little, like, in between, then I probably would, but otherwise... Oh, he must actually be enough straight to go past.
If he's straight enough, yeah. Looks like it might be a little bit wide for that, but... Just want to be a bit careful not to leave yourself on the cushy.
Exactly right. Transition to black would be tough.
Yeah. You don't want to have to play it dead weight then.
If he's actually got an angle to run past him, he should be able to screw off this.
No, he's just screwing back to here so he can play it natural, come straight back up for the black. It's probably the percentage way to go.
I think it's the right way, yeah.
Yeah, he's just got too much angle to try and run it.
Oh, he's going to run it now.
Well, that was my original shot.
How straight is he?
No, he's got angle. Just punch it. Just missed the red. Or belt the crap out of it with a little bit of bottom left hand side and go around the black.
Or just load up with top and running side. Go around off two.
Go on my second option.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
Yeah, I don't mind that shot because the angle on the black was always going to be better. Yeah,
so we have a 4-all affair after a pretty easy ball miss from Robbo.
He's made a couple of bad blues. What in the hell is going on there, Jamie?
Just reminiscing, I think.
Right.
Robbo's favourite because he's braking. It's the only reason. Until he dry brakes or goes in off and then he's not.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, JR, for reiterating exactly what Jamie just said. Alright, this is it.
Well, I think this is the closest Mick's actually got to what I've seen on CueballTV when they played at one another. Normally it's a pretty one-sided affair, so it's good. Not good for my hunger, but
I haven't seen a ball go yet, Jamie.
No, I haven't either, and they're pretty open.
Hello, Reds.
Yeah, Reds are big balls.
Mick is standing there trying to contain his excitement. I think Robbo was instantly not happy with the contact. Michael's just got to keep his composure and not get excited about beating Marc for the first time this century.
Yeah, this is like, this to Mick to beat Robbo is like me to beating Jake. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, I was going to say, but at least Mick beating Robbo is actually possible.
Trust me, it's possible for me to beat Jake. Shut up, all you girls at home. I can feel the vibe of you all shaking your head.
See, looking at yellows. See, looking at yellows here.
It might be.
I don't know why you would.
Well, they're not that bad either, but I still think reds are better.
I'm a big fan of reds.
Although, from a transitional perspective, I think yellows are better.
Yeah. I think he's changed his mind.
I just feel like reds are easier to pot.
Yeah, they are.
So
Don't get a shirt foul at 4 all.
Been a minute and a half already. Yeah, oh, he's already.
No, he's okay.
You reckon he can screw out?
No, he'll probably just run around it.
I don't think he can get past it.
They're a foot apart.
Sorry, I'm looking. Yeah, you're right. I'm looking at the table now, and it's miles away.
Yeah, the gap, the actual gap in real life looks about 17 times bigger than on the screen. So running side, natural ball should be fine.
I actually think if he's got the angle to screw past the yellow, he'd probably prefer to do that rather than play in and
He's
out.
probably a bit fine for that.
I think he's doing it.
He is.
Yeah,
No,
I think that was the shot.
yeah, definitely if it was the option. Just needs to kiss. That's alright, he's passed. Which means he's okay.
That would have been stiff as if he landed hard up on it.
It would be.
So now he's got the run in.
Run this in, check
cushion.
the wide up. Or just screw into the...
I think he can just play a plain ball and he'll be on the rim.
He might even screw into the yellow.
I don't think he will because he just doesn't want to risk pushing any balls close to where his reds are. They're already available, so...
I only say that because he's going to want to strike the ball if he has the option, not roll him.
Oh, wow. I actually thought he did foul. I actually thought he'd underhit that.
Why don't people listen to me?
But he can actually afford to go through another inch, 2 inches. See how straight he is.
These aren't easy.
I'm really surprised with that shot, although that's probably just the factor, the pressure.
It's alright.
Beating someone that you just have a lot of trouble beating.
Yeah, a lot of trouble's an understatement. I can't believe JR just told us that it was 2 shots, like we're not watching it.
Yeah. I actually think Robbo will get these. Well, he's undid that by a
Not the
few.
greatest start of all time. He's standing there going, "You're an idiot."
He's probably thinking to himself, I could have hit that and landed like in the middle of the table and had like 4 balls I could have been on.
Well, it's always harder when you're playing a relative.
I know he's tired.
Even if it's by marriage.
He's
Oh look, tired's not the greatest excuse, mate. We're all tired. We've all been here all day.
yeah, but I think he's actually with the baby, something he's not used to.
Oh, deal with it.
You're a hard man, Buzz.
He's in the final and I'm commentating, mate. Deal with it.
So, I'll tell you what, that pot that he just made there, we probably didn't give that enough credit, because it actually was a very good shot.
Yeah, it was a good shot. It was one of those, that's really my only option, so don't ever think about it, just get down and knock it in. Yeah, that doesn't go the ball he was just looking at.
The only ball really is this, the one that he's running the white close to now.
He's not making these easier at the moment.
Well, he's got a long ball.
Yeah, get back behind this one. I can just imagine what's going through Michael's head at the moment.
Oh, he's going to be filthy. He might not want to go to Geppetto's now. I'll be filthy if I stayed here for 2.5, 3 hours.
They don't want to go home.
For him to turn around and say he's not going there, I'll probably kill him.
Screw straight behind this.
And this is a very, very good shot, especially if that does go to the middle.
No. Surely you wouldn't still be looking at it.
No, he does take his time. Tell you what, he's
must be tight.
Not afraid to take his shoes off when he's playing rubber.
Doesn't like it.
I actually hate playing in bare feet or in socks.
Mate, I love the thongs.
Can't wear thongs.
What do you mean you can't wear them?
Just can't.
Physically unable to, or you just don't like them?
Can't keep them on my feet. They just slip
So
out
you
of my
are
toes.
physically unable to.
Oh, yeah. Something wrong with me.
Where are we going? Middle,
I
top?
reckon it's on. Right, he's just promoting it. It's a very good shot, actually. But I think he would have liked to have run through a bit further and been on the other ball in the middle.
Yeah, agree.
The reason I say that is because he now is forced to play one excellent positional shot off his second last ball.
Yeah. Yeah, transition's a lot tougher now. That would be the transition to get to the transition ball.
That's right.
If that made sense to anyone. The pre-transition ball. Thank you, Dan. Dan's our technical advisor.
And then when you actually get it right, you're on the post-transition ball. That looks absolutely perfect because he can actually screw back past the red in between red and middle pocket. And that's perfect. Even though he's on the rail, he's not going to be bothered at all because he's just got to drop this in. In actual fact, being on the rail, if he had to come out further, he could have landed. Oh no, he's actually got a bit of angle.
You just want the white to come out off the bush. Oh, he's overcome this. Oh my lord.
Scerri has a chance.
That's more than a chance, mate. That's it.
This is a bit, well, I guess what you could call a strawberry.
That is something you don't see every day. That rolled.
I think that's what he said to me.
If it was going to nap, it'd be in, not out.
That's a good point.
We could have instant replayed it.
It's, well, no, that is guaranteed. That is a very, very good opening positional shot, and this is guaranteed now. I'm making the call, Butters.
Yeah, fair call. I'm not going to go against you. That means this will roll out too.
Alright, he'll punch this in there. I honestly think this is where he actually does need to speed up a touch. Just fuck it. Oops, just pot these.
You don't want to give yourself time to think about it.
Yeah, my gun, I haven't even been drinking, I'm swearing. It is late. But you see how he's just sped up a touch, he's flowing through these a bit better now. He's like, yeah, just go over here and pot this.
Stun, screw out a foot.
What is he looking at now? He's just thinking about all the things that can go wrong.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to play it. Just nudge it off the cushion. You can't screw up the screw shot.
That's right. In case your arm tightens up under the pump because you're going to beat your boyfriend for the first time in 5 years or whatever it is. And that's perfect. And Michael Scerri will not only be the Australian champion, he'll be the Potters champion.
We might see shirt off and cartwheels here. He's actually done it. He's beaten Robbo.
Tell you, I'm a big chance for Chapettas now as well.
All right.
2 fulls, 1 half. Thanks for listening, guys. I hope you
Jamie,
enjoyed that.
Always a pleasure, mate.
As usual.
Thank
it was
you.
a bit of an interesting day today. It was just such a sluggish, slow affair. But
It did. There was a lot of the field here was an incredibly strong field.
yeah, it's actually this has given a good account of what slate would have been. There's been some like the top 16 in the room were very strong. So I will leave you to it. This presentation will be done.
All right. Thanks, mate. Thank you, viewers. Thank you, Dan. Goodbye.
Thanks very much, Barry, for running, and thank you for helping us. Pad up, Marc. Runner-up, Marc Robertson, collecting $500. And Miss Scerri, well done, winner.
Got a grant for that.
Congratulations. Just 2 other prizes to give out. Second place, JR, who had Robbo.
Back way too expensive, Robert. Back way to produce.
How much did you get?
I still think we ended up on a profit run.
And Michael Green and
Yeah,
Scerri.
yeah,
No wonder he's still here.
yeah.